zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they bust till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. My life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Kick it ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my life? See your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know?
the first page, but I shift the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about the cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. Dirty air in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, they'll turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof now, I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last till the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of kind person like me. Live it in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be fighting all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Looking great as it all falls onto Solotic once more in a 1 versus 2. He gets the down, 10 seconds remain. Shotgun in hand from behind! He connects for champion! Oh my god!
Knows that he's been treated for now. There might be one, but no. Dark picks that up. He finds the blood trail, secures the second, and there we go. A third for him. I9 goes down. That's 3 members of Fury. Real lit. And make sure that no one pulls up surprises like that. Pecan and Souffle go down.
Mark!
Wow!
Oh! Oh my god, we're gonna get it in replay as well. All 3! Jeez!
And instead falls back and jumps straight on that plant. He gets punished for it. Keith with the C4. Twister leaving Keith all alone. He's gonna push right through. 44 seconds left on the clock. Finds one. Has to deal with Peter. He has an EBR to deal with. He doesn't know exactly where he is. Has no real clue. Only a couple of guesses. Only some info from the rest of his team. Falls right over. Finds him! Pacing themselves.
The flashbang comes at the right time, but so does Critons as well. They do still have the Thinker alive, but not for long. Crit finds another, make it 3! In a 1 versus 5. We have seen it in recent times, but it's not going to be today.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until they make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Back again for some more Operations League Autumn Cup here in Southeast Asia. Cthulhu, we're jumping into what is going to be an absolute heater of a play day here in play day number 4. And I mean, yesterday we saw some rather interesting matches. We saw some teams putting in the effort, unfortunately not quite reaping the rewards. But the one main storyline that we've seen so far play out is Fury on top.
Fury on top indeed. Yeah, look, they had a stunner so far of the season. I mean, kicking it off with a cheeky 7-1 against Strape, then 7-2 against Obsession, 7-4 though against Gaming Gladiators, and that was still a pretty solid turnout, albeit, look, for the most of it, the initial contention was there in the first half. Second one kind of just flopped for GG, but regardless of it, it was still a pretty solid turnout. And then on the other hand as well, that the one that has so far kept me very curious about it, the storyline of Varian X. The roster that gave a really good try against so far Elevate, did manage to score themselves a nice solid win against Strape, but against a team like GG in the first week, just fell short.
Yeah, and of course, as we have a look at our play day today and what's coming in the matches ahead, there is some interesting matchups that I'm sure will look. There is room again for some upsets tonight. I think the margin of potential for these teams, those upsets, are a lot smaller than what we saw last night, but there is obviously still that ever-present situation that could result in a bit of a turnabout and some shenanigans like we saw. We saw some wild shenanigans last night. I mean, the Blitz coming in, the Monties, the Carlies. We even got to see a Grim coming in, which absolutely did nothing, unfortunately. But I mean, teams showing that innovation here in Southeast Asia.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we finally starting to sort of drift away from the general sort of idea where just a lot of teams just try to play just the meta and nothing else. And finally, it's all starting to come to fruition where it's teams that are looking to basically bring that innovation just to get the upper hand over their opponents, which is sometimes necessary, especially when you're versing some of the bigger giants like Direwolves, like Elevate, like Fury and Gaming Gladiators.
And there you go, your match is on your screen. Match 1 at Direwolves, Variance X going head-to-head. Variance X, I mean, look, there is a possibility they could do some damage here against the boys in green, but match 2, Obsession versus Strape is going to be an interesting one, especially given how Strape started their day yesterday. But as we dive on into map 1, Cthulhu, I mean, it's the Direwolves. They have been an absolute powerhouse team in the region. Bit of a slump in stage 2, but I mean, the stage 1 was absolutely phenomenal, going flawless. They found a bit of ground. They found some momentum coming into stage 3. And with their new addition of Reaps, who, let's be honest with ourselves, absolute standout last night, has really put in the work. He's an absolute gunner while also playing that support flex role. So coming into today against a team like Varian X, another opportunity for him to shine.
Oh yeah, 110%. Yeah, introduction of Reeves definitely reinvigorated Direwolves, I reckon. Given that, how well he handles himself as a solo player, how well he handles himself as a team player as well. It's been an absolute pleasure watching him perform on the side of Varian X. Look, it's a roster that we're starting to learn more and more about them. They haven't really had a whole lot of big, showcases going for themselves from some of the other leagues. So Operation League is one of the first sort of bigger ones to go for them. And honestly, they've been certainly still turning heads rather thoroughly. But Direwolves on our screens, Ed, Pican, Souffle, Jackie Wu, and Reaps. I mean, despite the fact that we are sort of loving to talk about Reaps and how good his performance was, I mean, can't forget the Pican special, the PMM first half yesterday.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the moment, with what we've been seeing, and the fact that he's the newest addition to this team, and he's currently spotting a plus 17 in the kill department, and he plays that sort of semi-flex role. He was picking up the ace a lot yesterday. He was playing that secondary hard breach role. So coming into tonight against a team that, look, let's be honest, there's not a huge amount of expectations. in reality, we are expecting Direwolves to win this. He could rack some more numbers up tonight, but their opponents, obviously Varian X, coming into this, the fact that they were one round away from taking Elevate to overtime last night, signals that maybe this isn't quite as easy a run for Direwolves as maybe some people think.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I'm expecting a pretty close game, all things considered. I mean, you look at even yesterday's performance. Obsession, whilst yes, 7-1 is, or rather is, the end result between Obsession and Direwolves. Obsession still managed to push quite a number of rounds against DW. But the difference being, you looked at Elevate, who were playing the Varian X, and it felt like Elevate on a number of occasions were just absolutely kind of flogging out and just not throwing, but definitely not in, the 100% sort of tip-top shape performance from them. And Varian X were gladly able to, find full utilization of that. But in terms of just the way how we could be seeing certain rounds play out, I think for Direwolves, they are looking to make it a little bit more clinical in terms of how they're looking to make it work, how they're looking to make it play. So I think, whilst yes, sort of expectations are certainly there just to for Direwolves to basically wrap it up, Varian X, I'm reckoning we could still see at least three rounds go their way.
And with our map pick, of course, being Skyscraper coming into this. I mean, the biggest talking point, one of the fresher maps in the competition. Still haven't seen a huge amount of it in the Ops League just yet. So Autumn, we might start to see teams bringing it out, being that little bit more familiar. But, I mean, look, you're coming into this competition. You played one of those fresh maps, Varian X, 7-0'd by Game and Gladiators in week 1. Looking to come into this. Direwolves, they have had some experience, but look, they've been playing Villa the last 2 weeks. The big talking point, though, for I think Varian X Cthulhu is the fact that this is not the same roster as last night. So Strike, and I believe it was, I want to say, completely lost his name now off the top of my head. Hellboy. Strike and Hellboy not in. Daryl and Malik coming in. Obviously, it's one of those infamous Southeast Asian 7-man rosters coming into play. But look, let's dive into our caster predictions here now. Cthulhu, 91% for yourself. We are all in agreement on who we think should win it, and we are all in agreement that if you guys at home as well want to get involved, make sure you use the hashtag all your shots in Twitch chat, get yourself a chance at some R6 credits and an Operations League Southeast Asia pin. I've got one here. It looks pretty crisp. It looks pretty clean. I'll get it up on the screen when we're back on the camera. But, I mean, we want everyone to walk away. When, unfortunately, you got to be in it to win.
Yeah, got to be in it to win it. You gotta get to following the channel as well. But yeah, no, absolutely, I have to agree with you. The pins are very, very crispy for the Operation League Southeast Asia, and it's been an absolute pleasure, being on board for this already now second season of it. But yeah, look, I gotta say it's been a very interesting dynamic where we finally do get to see, Southeast Asia as it is finally get to, play against each other, play sort of in a much more thorough and a much more engaging environment rather than, have each one of the regions play within each other, and only then the top of the top get to play against the other quote-unquote sub-regions of the sub-region. I guess that's the only way to really describe this. But yeah, look, it's definitely a prime time as well, even for teams like Direwolves to get to experimenting, because for them it's theoretically one could argue that this is not really APAC South. This is not the points for major at stake. So it's a really good environment while still keeping it nice and professional, where they could really start working around some of the newer, introductions where they could really find that sort of shining point.
I mean, it's that opportunity to hone in on those skills that you want to focus on in APAC South. You bring them, obviously, into something like the Operations League, which is another competition that you're playing. You have that little bit of extra freedom to, sort of jerry-rig the way you want to play the game and incorporate that into APAC South. So I suppose it is just a bit of a testing ground, rather, for the APAC South teams, whereas you look at the teams coming in like Varian X, like Obsession, like Champion and Astray, this is their time to strike some blows, take some maps away from some big teams and really get noticed.
Yeah, really get noticed there, and just put themselves out on the map as well, because that has been sort of a big beautiful thing about Operation League as well, is to give the opportunity for quite a few newer teams to get themselves organized for some of the fresher sort of experience. But yeah, look, glass ban is a interesting one because I don't recollect at least Varian X using and abusing glass to such extent.
Well, the Nook follows soon after, of course. We've seen how impactful a Nook can be, of course, lurking down on the attack. On a map like Skyscraper, of course, we've said something that you and I have discussed in the past. It is very much a CQB map. There are so many tight little corners, corridors that you can be fighting around. And with a Nook in play, as a defender roaming, that just gets infinitely scarier because you don't have the info off the cam. So you need to be playing with your head on a swivel, checking every little corner. And on a map like Skyscraper, that can be hard.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The map like Skyscraper, you require to be extra cautious and extra thorough with that information. Matter of fact, I think this is one of the few maps that punishes you even harder than any other map if you don't get extra keen or extra thorough about what you pick, what you check around. Funnily enough, Valkyrie does get banned out, which actually, well, it follows the general trend, but in sort of terms of just Skyscraper and in terms of this very map, this will be a really good testament to both of the rosters of how flexible they are in terms of just, solidifying their info gathering play.
Yeah, I mean, info is key at the best times in Rainbow Six Siege, and on Skyscraper it becomes that much more important.
I mean, this season just in general.
Oh yeah, I mean, with the changes to Finka and the LMG spray, you can't quite just face check angles anymore. You have to rely so much more on the information game. And you can see in terms that utility being brought, Karaoke, T-Room on the cards. We see the Azami coming in. We've seen how impactful she can be on that T-Room hold, that door, playing with the shield, playing around those angles that teams like to set up through doorways. And she's, I mean, it can be quite hard to capitalize and counteract.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, look, definitely Azami could be quite a big pick here. And I would have been actually even on board for Strike's pick of Amaru as well, because we've seen a number of teams, though prior to the LMG nerf, actually use and abuse Amaru to the point where just how quickly she can get in and how quickly she can get started with clearing the building.
It's an acceleration, which is, I mean, it's very powerful. I mean, you're a Direwolves player, you're any defending player. You sort of have that inherent knowledge of how much time you should have before players are starting to enter the building, and then all of a sudden armor is in because of a Gara hook, and it just completely throws off that timing that you come to expect for the game like Siege, especially in a map like Skyscraper. Having those balconies being contested early on while you're still trying to set up utility is not a great prospect.
Oh, not at all, yeah. Not at all. But in terms of this very round, we do get to kick it off pretty early, I think, despite the fact that we've just seen mainly the barricades being broken down, and that is basically all that could have been said. But the setups for the vertical play are certainly already there. I'm liking the fact that we are seeing a whole lot more of the vertical positions to be opened up above. The floor play starts to get even more intricate, which could in return prompt us to some very, very clinical sort of positions. And now with the suppressors as well being buffed to all hell, this could get extremely dangerous.
Buffed, or is it just anti-nerfed, really? I mean, realistically, yeah, it was a buff. It was a significant buff. No damage drop off, and with Zest hitting shots like that, he can't. The first to go down, no more Keeper barricades. Need things to come through. He can connect here. That would be huge, but no. Unfortunately, not quite on the mark there to clear out another Direwolves player. Souffle wants to try his hand with that MX4 Storm. Not unfortunately going to find that opportunity, as Varian X have a great foothold into the building already.
I'm liking so far what Varian X has been doing with just advancing the Osa shields as thoroughly and as closely as possible. Reaps, though, getting the better of Malik won't really be assisting a whole lot, given that that is the information gathering utility out of the equation, plus the frag grenades, plus, I mean, in general, just a good gun out of the game. With 36 seconds, though, remaining, Varian X are at the precipice of, unfortunately, just losing out by time.
I mean, Souffle assisting him a little bit there, jumping out into a Claymore. ED With the toxic canisters are going to make this push that little bit harder. Strike dropping Jackie Woo. Again, another aggressive angle being contested by Direwolves unnecessarily, but ED and Reaps capitalize. Peter drops it down to the 1 versus 2, but it is Reaps in the clutch. 11 seconds left. The swing, the pre-fire from Peter. My God. Very next. What a round one.
I want to see this from his perspective. Oh, he just knew. Now look, this is so far a really good start for Varian X, I gotta admit. The way how they've held their ground, the way how they kicked it all off, it was all sort of speaking, you know, confidence and preparation from them, which is something that we haven't really gotten to see a whole lot in the recent days, especially from some of the newest introductions to the Rainbow Six Southeast Asia. So this is a good start for Varian X. And once again, we've been sort of talking about, you know, the whole odyssey of that, the fact that they could, you know, the next big team to really change up and shake up the rankings, to shake up quite a few teams. So
I mean, it's not even just
might
that.
as well do it.
You talk about notice. I mean, you look at someone like a team like Gaming Gladiator. Joe wasn't a part of the roster initially. He was part of obviously IG. Played in one of the. It wasn't necessarily a pickup team, but it was one of the sort of thrown to what's the word? Kit bash teams. That's the word I was going for. Kit bash teams that you see coming in through Southeast Asia. He had a standout performance in the Ops League through Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippines. Got noticed, got picked up by then Roosters and now Gaming Gladiators, and he's such an integral part of the roster now. So teams like Varian X, like Champion, like Obsession, just have to have solid performances in individual players. I mean, you see, look at it now, Shibanut being picked up by Tide.
Yeah, it definitely is a very sort of interesting dynamic with Shibanut as well, because the man had quite a fair bit of hiatus as well going into the, you know, into the Tide roster. And seeing him sort of return, it's definitely sort of an interesting throwback here to bear witness, I'll have to admit. So, look, whilst, yes, I'm very much keen to see how will Tide really perform later down the line in APAC South, certainly not the first pick that I would have gone for.
Yeah, look, it is what it is right now, though. Strike, look at clear out players in Geisha. It's Jackie Woo, though, to claim first blood here in round 2. Malik falls. He almost finds himself a second. Lost some damage, dished out. You look at Strike, you look at Zist. Both have been copped some punishment. But Souffle and Jackie having copped almost as much. But you look at the traps. The trap is the name of the game here. Souffle with the frost bats, the Kiba barricades, the angles that Direwolves are going to be able to cut down in these gunfights in the coming minutes, which could make Varian X have to play into a really disadvantageous position.
Absolutely, yeah. The Varian X roster will need to make sure that they are getting themselves sorted on the numbers advantage, on the numbers play, which could be extremely crucial here for their possible success, and that's something that we'll need to be very, very cautious about. With already Jackie Woo finding yet another frag, things are looking rather dire, I'll be honest here.
Can Pecan stop with the pistol play? We had it all the last night. It looks like we might have... Oh, my... Oh, no. Does he know? The shots are going to come through, so he will see the traces. Knows that there's got to be one, if not on the rappel, at least hard right on the balcony outside. Window going to be shot out as well, so return from Direwolves. But the D50 is still in hand, Cthulhu. This is going to be another Pecan pistol moment.
Yeah, look, I mean, this time it's a slightly more heavier hitting pistol in terms of the caliber, in terms of the gun. Look, maybe it won't really get to shine as much as the PMM did, purely for the fact of just the inconsistency of the said gun. But I mean, look, sign me up for this sort of play where Direwolves get to, you know, mess around a little bit, but also introduce a little bit more seriousness with some of the setups. I mean, sign me up, but what is happening? Please, Direwolves.
Direwolves and Daryl's flashed. Alright, okay. It seems whatever the case may be, it's infectious. Daryl thinks he's being chased. He's just going to play for the stats, play the KD. Doesn't want to expose himself, but I mean, this is 2 nights in a row now where we've seen a Direwolves that a little bit silly, a little bit of shenanigans. Obviously very confident coming into the matchup, but you've just lost your first round of Varian X. You're then coming in, Pecan is reverting back to the pistol-only play. Souffle, another team kill. We saw it last night too, so At what point does this come back to bite them?
I think this time it may actually happen a whole lot earlier. Honestly, Panda, with the way how Varian X sort of, surely they would have seen at least some sort of highlights from the yesterday's stream, and surely they would have understood it. Like, oh, yep, look, maybe Direwolves are having a bit of a trolling moment, but this could maybe force them to lean a little bit harder into maybe even the just aggressive gameplay, which I'm low-key kind of sold for, because out of all the teams, out of all the newcomer rather teams, Varian X kind of just proven themselves that they are very able to do their own thing whilst, you know, doing it sort of by the books, or at least following the general sort of instructions in the art of Siege. So I think this is where we could see a really, really big change in momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely imagine that would be the case, especially if Varian X realised that there is maybe a slightly less serious approach coming into this matchup from the Direwolves. Honestly, it's just really a case of a couple of small tweaks across the board that could change things up. Pecan onto the Oryx this time. So the Bailiff being the secondary there, he is hovering it, which does concern me a little.
I mean, look, the Bailiff does certainly have quite a limited sort of range, limited capabilities in terms of the damage. So, look, by all means, but if things do continue going the wrong way, there's certainly going to be quite a few question marks added to sort of the performance of Direwolves, albeit, again, like I mentioned before, it probably won't be as tragic as something like Direwolves doing this in something like Apex South.
Yeah. Taking strike off the board early again. You take that, that's utility cleared up on. We haven't seen a huge priority around sort of that utility denial. I think we've seen the Whamai out of Reaps a couple of times in the first two, well, twice in the first 2 rounds, but no denial whatsoever. So Strike would have been absolutely huge and free to do what he wanted for the most part here. But Zest somehow limbos his way into the building through that hole.
Yeah, look, I think just with Buck's recent sort of buff of the Skeleton Key shotgun, he became basically the god of the rotations and the rotation position. So wouldn't be surprised if that is sort of the case here. But looking at all the breaches and all the setups so far, it certainly looks rather promising.
Doesn't that, but Jackie with Souffle and Pecan could definitely still slow this one down. Let me see the master bedroom. Souffle there with a kill on to Daryl through the floor and back. Just going to back themselves. Look at the situation that Varian X find themselves in with time dwindling. There's 40 seconds left. They found the kill there onto Souffle. Pecan is going to have to get himself involved, and Jackie rotating himself up. Looking to try and catch someone out from above. This might be the play, but no, Jackie. The angle doesn't line up. Pecan, come on, buddy. You need to be hitting those shots. Doesn't connect at all. Okay, never mind. Malak just fully... I don't know which is more detrimental. The fact that Pecan dumped an entire mag, couldn't kill the guy planting, or the fact that the guy planting just sat there and ate the second mag. And Peter, he's just going to hold the angle. Very next, take another.
Yeesh. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm waiting for sort of the moment where we do get an answer as to where the sort of the shenanigans do stop, because Varian X, look, we all for a little bit of tomfoolery here and there, and you know, getting some memes in. But when the memes end up resulting in you starting to progressively lose the rounds, with the fact just how closely contested Direwolves are, I would be a little bit concerned as to how things could be really going. Plus, the Skyscraper being a rather curious sort of map as it is, with the way how, you know, how much of a labyrinth it is, how much of a sort of, how much of just general preparation needs to go to be able to quite consistently be able to defend it. Look, there's definitely could be a fair few problems to really come around.
Yeah, I mean, already I'm feeling the tingle of concern off of what we're seeing. I mean,
10 seconds left before insertion.
there is a word that I want to use that I'm not going to, but it starts with silly and ends in a word that's probably not TOS, but
Defuse a bomb.
it's definitely how it feels that Direwolves are approaching this game.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not too sure about sort of the general approach. Yes, it's cool to see, you know, occasional tomfoolery. Yes, it's great to see, you know, players like Pecan occasionally attempting to flex the pistols. Maybe it's one of those dares that he may have lost to his teammate, who knows? At least, I mean, it's not I full on saying that, oh, I'm not gonna use any of my utility or anything. He still ends up using it and to, you know, fullest ability. It's just more so when it comes down to the gunfights, it's almost like as if you're having a clash with a pistol instead of the SPSMG.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, it looks like he's going to commit to it. Reap's looking to get aggressive. Can't quite find the momentum that he was able to generate. And there we go. He's found his kill. He's done some damage. Pecan does switch out to the primary. I think more because he didn't have any ammo left in his P50, but it works, and you can't really fault him for it.
Yeah, can't blame him at all, but Wed right now could be getting cheeky. Would have been a big opportunity there to really find that sort of big initial frag to, well, no initial frag in terms of just his own sort of start of swing, but the stands, yeah, Strikers not particularly having a great time in terms of just wanting to find some angles, and Reeves not really budging either. Oh no.
Like, yeah, dropping Daryl as well, and again, it still feels very much like that silly shenanigans approach that we're seeing, but for some reason it's working this round. Malik gonna jump in, and he's dead immediately. Reeves just swings him. Varian X, and maybe it is a case of just Direwolves understand the skill gap that comfortably, that they know they can get away with this, and should they choose to, they can flip the switch at any time and just win the game.
And that's great and all, but look, okay, fair enough. Pecan had him dead to rights on that sort of swing, and I mean, yeah, fair dinkum play, but look, I'll be honest. Yes, this probably is the case, and the Direwolves roster is just very much confident about their ability to just completely turn it around. But it's a very dangerous sort of thing to really play around with, the idea that, you know, this could end up being overturned rather quickly. And I say this with like a very sort of big grain of salt, where let's say, for example, for just scientific reasons, from here on out, Varian X just keep on scoring. Say 5-2. Is that the point where Direwolves decide to turn it around? And at that point, well, maybe they could hit even a little bit of a tilt ground and saying, oh, well, we trolled ourselves, but how do we get back from this deficit?
Yeah, how do you stop the trolling from happening? Because you can...
Yeah, stop the trolling from happening, exactly.
How do you, in the words of the Immortal, stop the cap and bring things back to what is more a conventional style of play? I don't know. Yeah, I think there is a danger that Direwolves could get themselves lost into this approach to the game and cost themselves a map potentially.
Very much so. The map, the points, just, you know, the whole thing, the whole shebang. But in reality, I mean, even then, I mean, the last round looked still pretty solid, where, you know, DW, whilst, you know, continuing Pecan's shenanigans with the pistol and everything, they still able to commit to very solid setups. Reaps, look, got a little bit maybe too keen for the play, but at least he did down strike to quite a thorough amount of HP. So say the next gunfight could end up being in a rather deadly conclusion. The issue from here on out is, well, you just lost one of those big fraggers. The AUG is a very hefty weapon to really play around with.
Indeed it is. So far, another round where Varian X could do some damage. They've already claimed first blood, and Strike is still alive enough that he could flood another couple of kills if he lines up some headshots, obviously. But yeah, Pecan still has that D50 in hand. He's going to take some damage from a frag grenade, so he's forced off by the moment from Zest. But he's not done. He's still he's committed. He is very committed. So I'm expecting some sort of D50 highlight reel come the end of the season.
Or just in general, just pistol reel to come through wouldn't be a bad idea. I'd be very much keen for that to happen. And I mean, with the sheer destructive force as well over the D50, you could go for those impromptu rotation position, or not rotation, or rather peak holes to be opened up very quickly.
As it stands, Kiva Barricade's going to cut down some more of those angles, but Malik will take the second Direwolves. Member off the board, ED aggressively swings back out, finds a kill, finds a drone, relocates himself back upstairs, looking to reinforce the team's positioning right now. They do have players on site. They've got a pretty decent hold to be able to make this one work. Daryl will get the pop from Peter, but I think it was just cleared out there. Kiva Barricade destroyed. Heading in the final 50, Pecan, that's going to be a nade! Oh, boy! That...
Nasty way to go.
Yeah, look, that was not the play.
Not at all. Rather unfortunate. At least Souffle is there to just keep up the pressure in his own way, which is always good to see from the gamer himself, continuing the streak even further. Strike is low on HP. This could be a quad kill clutch from him.
Yeah, okay. Quad for Souffle. With the suppressed 9mm, he's going to make it work. 1.5 times scope goes hard. The Canadian Frost making the big plays. 3 rounds. The Direwolves, the 2 of Variant X. And, well, chance at a 3-3 half, chance at a 4-2 half for the Direwolves, though.
I mean, 4-2 half will definitely set up Direwolves for a very dominant scoreline at the end of it all, because I think on the attack they could do some rather foul things. I'll be honest with you. I mean, the possibilities are certainly endless. I mean, you could still do some very disgusting things with the Amaru rushes, with the introduction of somebody like Lion and Doka to this place. Even, you know, bring in the Osa, bring in the Jackal, and make it just borderline impossible to stay static. Variant X to hold angles. As long as you take away that ability to just hunker down in certain positions, they will be in a very frustrating spot.
Exactly it. Final round at the half. Pecan. Oh, Lulu. Please tell me you saw what I just saw.
I may have missed it whilst attempting to make notes.
What is Pecan running right now?
Oh.
USP.
Spaz and a USP.
Spaz 12.
I mean, USP is one of those underrated pistols, albeit it is a pistol, so can't really match up against a whole lot of ARs or SMGs. But
also looking to
he's looking to run out. Yeah.
Questionable. We'll see if it works. I doubt him now, but if he makes it work, I will give him the benefit and never doubt him again. He wants it. He's hungry for it. Can he find it? He's going to have to go at range. There is through that double window, there is options. In fact, he's got 2 options on either angle. What's the bet?
So.
What's the bet? He's going to find something here. 100%. He finds at least one.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's gone back downstairs. Never mind.
Look, decided to just back out, but at least the good thing to note is that Oryx just has that sort of great for that mobility, and so I reckon we could be seeing that being used to the fullest. I say that though, instead it's Souffle that just keeps on just being an absolute menace.
And Pecan's dead again, unfortunately. Zest! Oh, what is ED doing? Just full sending it over the railing. 2 versus 4. Close it up. It is Reaps and Souffle. Yeah, and there we go. Reaps finds the first. We are about to bring this one back to the clutch. I have full faith Direwolves are going to be able to do this here. And Variant X are going to go down 4-2 in the half. For the minute, yeah, okay. It's just happened.
It's coming. It's coming like this. Yeah, I mean, 10-2 and 5-3 so between the 2 players has been a very noteworthy sort of performance.
Oh my lord. This is absolutely foul, Cthulhu. There is no way that Dials should be playing this game so loosely and finding success.
Oh, no.
This is absolute bull, and they are making it work.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in that duo between Reaps and Souffle, a deadly duo. Look, not much can be really done about it. And I mean, I suppose you were very much correct in saying that, look, maybe for Direwolves, this has literally just been all about, you know, to let players like Pikan just mess around here and there, but the rest of the team would be able to just perform and they could still, you know, bring this back. So, yeah, most certainly, 4-2 scoreline is a very well-deserved for Direwolves, which to a certain degree,
it is absolute BS that Direwolves are playing this way and getting away with it.
Absolutely. It is absolute cap that they're allowed to run away with this sort of stuff. But it is also, bear in mind, I think we could attribute this to, at least partially, to that sort of mental game as well, where Varian X coming out of the game against Elevate, where Elevate, look, arguably he had one of the worst performances that they had for quite a fair while. And going into this one expecting, oh yeah, we might just be able to do the very similar thing, and to get this sort of result with one of the players legitimately just running pistols, that has to do quite a fair bit of damage. And it's about to run a Kali, but that which he did before on Villa as well.
Stop cap. I look, yes, I can understand maybe it's playing in a bit to the mental game, maybe they're just that confident, but this is a situation where it does open up the opportunity for bad habits to develop. Like, yes, you might be able to just absolutely stomp your opponent out of a matchup without dropping a sweat, you know, a single round or even sweating. But if you're then going into the matchup messing around, it's developing bad habits that could plague you in a more serious competition like Apex South.
Absolutely, yeah. This could still do a lot of damage to the stability of the performance of DW, but again, well, they have played this for quite a fair long while. I'll be quite certain in them not yet developing any sort of bad habit, although it could be a big talking point. I say that amidst all this chaos and amidst me waffling around, already 2 people managed to fall. That is Daryl and Pikan.
ED was between the sights there for a moment, if only briefly. He was forced out and tanked to Saria Gate to get to safety. Got some shots on to Zist as well. Okay, Reach is just there, standing uncontested on the balcony. Strike, though, finishing off Souffle. No more sledge, no more nades. ED looking for an angle from below. They have info on the shield, so if he could get a breaching round to clear that out, this could be huge. But again, it doesn't feel like we are seeing them dig too deep into the strat, but anything so far.
Oh, it doesn't look like it. Yeah. Very sort of by-the-books kind of almost play to come around, which doesn't really be... I don't want to say a whole lot of brain activity because absolutely, they, you know, it's more so just them relying onto it seems, a little bit of muscle memory, but it's been relatively sort of back to basics to some degree. But it also kind of gives a really training here for Varian X. I say that the Reaps completely demolishes the opposition in every shape and form, but look, it is still a good practice for Varian X in terms of just, you know, playing against those kind of opponents.
All right, okay, Reaps, I see you. Yeah. I see you, champ. Fine, whatevs, cool. 4K for him in the round. Direwolves up 5-2 currently. You can see it on the faces of Varian X. They are not having the grandest of times. Direwolves smiles across the board. ED's having a grand time. Reaps having a great time. Picard, well, I think he's having an alright time. I can only see so much of him.
Picard is just hiding there at this point. It's just like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. What pistol? When pistol? Yeah, well, never happened. It didn't happen. But in all honesty, yeah, look, for Direwolves, this is a good day. And I mean it in a full contention to say that right now, in the current state, you compare Elevate's play yesterday and Direwolves' play so far, including today, Direwolves are 2 times more consistent. Which, you know, take it as how you want it, because, again, as I say, not Apex South, so teams may not be taking this into a full, seriousness, and they may be, trialing certain plays. It may be even just a difference in the map as well, because, I mean, you compare Bank, Skyscraper, Bank has been played so much more time by all of the teams, no matter what. Whereas Skyscraper, a number of teams have been looking to try to avoid it almost like a wildfire, and already Souffle is in.
And full send, player in the corner, and right, not gonna let that opportunity slip with the Vector, the G8. Again, great and all. Oh boy, Geisha could be deadly. Geisha could be deadly. Nitro Cell out. Is it gonna connect? Big damage onto Reaps. Round that corner. But Strike has no idea that there's two of them out there. The exothermic charges will be going out. Some more angles being opened up. Very next. Need to be careful. Look at that. They've already forced that Goyo into the corner. There's no safe angle for him to get out of there now.
Under roll, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Only gunfight is there, and Reaps is just... He's reaping the souls at this point.
It's filthy. The guy is crisp. He's clean. Honestly, half his kills are Variant X players just walking into his crosshair and perfectly placing their head for him to kill them. Like, he's not even adjusting the crosshair.
Located by attackers.
Yeah, he's just there. He knows exactly. He's a knower. He's a certified knower right now. And I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure watching him. I mean, 12-3 Panda. On what days do you get to see this kind of consistently good performance? And it's not just one day sort of performance. You sort of burn out and that's it. Reaps has been doing this sort of magic for so far. It is the fourth day of operation.
Fourth play day, plus how many of the Apex South play days he's been in the team. So he's obviously fitting in quite well. Poor Malik, on a breadstick at the moment. He's not having a grand old time. At least there's no goose eggs coming in. But look, yeah, bit of reckless, wanton abandon. Nitro Cell in. Reaps is just going to watch that one. Send the Gemini through. Peter playing as if he were the Frostmat. Whether or not this is going to be successful is a different story. 50 seconds remaining. There's still ground that needs to be taken, and there's still angles that have been denied. Jackie going to be brought down. Into the 2 versus 2 as PD falls. Daryl and Zez, can they hold off against the onslaught from the Direwolves? Pecan. I mean, you got a rifle and an assault rifle here. The sniper. Is it going to be enough of these close quarter angles? Oh, never mind. No, just mine. He's dead.
Well, Reaps is still alive. I see that though. Quickly disposed of. My God, what a play there at the end of it all with the MX4, and just in the nick of time as well before the fuse expires on the grenade. My Lord.
Oh dear. This is this is peak Siege moment right now.
Yeah, peak Siege, peak performance, peak fun as well. You can see though the funny thing is, you know, oh yeah, all smiles, all the ha-has and funnies. At the end of that round, no funnies were had. It was all starting to get a little bit more serious here and there, a little bit more like, oh guys, so maybe we should ease up a little bit on some of these memes and some of these strats, but then you remember that you have Souffle and Reaps who basically carry so far the whole Devils roster within the terms of this very matchup. The moment these fall, the chances certainly increase by quite a fair bit of a margin.
10 seconds remaining. But
certainly not, you know, a complete upset in the making just yet, I reckon.
We will have to see, of course. These results are not etched in stone just yet, but so far you're correct. You did call it. Variant X would get at least 3 rounds, and they have those. There's possibility for more, but I think again it comes down to just how charitable the Direwolves are feeling. Oh, that CSRX is just ripping through these walls, ripping through the angles, and he can't. He's opened them up. He's still playing around it. He still wants to contest. There is no one currently in karaoke right now, so he's going to relocate over towards Geisha, clear out some of that utility, set up for the push.
Quick relocation definitely would be a grand idea. Pecan holding a fair few of the windows. This could mean that just Direwolf could very much just, well, lock down quite a few positions and basically just call it a day for themselves. So, as it stands, it's a bit of a calm before the storm, really. For Strike, he's just sort of relaxing, holding his angles. Reaps is not really getting a whole lot of stable ground as he's forced to really jiggle around the repel position, while Zitz is just holding off his spot. And as it stands, I mean, this is sort of a very funny dynamic, because Varian X, realizing that they're very much able to really take away some of the rounds, they're starting to get they start caring about the game.
Funny, but not funny, haha. Funny, what the hell are you doing? You absolute weirdos. Right now, though, it definitely feels like Reeves probably the most serious of the Direwolves in the approach to this matchup. He's consistently healing his shots. Him and Souffle have really just sort of locked things down right now. Mallet on the hunt for the second kill of the game. Just wait for the mag to deplete itself before committing to the swing. But Reeves, he's on the hunt. Wants to keep stacking these numbers up. Might have a player over towards the shrine there. But no, not to be. Oh, the nade. The nade could spell disaster. Oh, what a nade. Mallet goes down. Still on the breadstick, unfortunately.
Rough time right now, but at least Reeves does fall at the end of it all by courtesy of Peter. Nicely done, as himself just keeps on rolling in. Daryl as well picks up a kill onto the con as well. No more Souffle either, as well. And Jackie from now we're trying to find their own. Jackie does get the better of Peter, but straight away decides to go in for the plan. It as well doubles down, and whoa, sudden problems might just adding. Jackie will being on HP as it is. Well, 1v1, but even just a single shot will be the end of him. But no, Strike is the one to rat at all. And it's closer and closer, starting to inch towards that could be rather problematic for Direwolves. Oh, that is a big bottle from Jackie. Oh my
lord. I do kind of feel the need to point out here, Cthulhu. One of these teams has a skin in the game currently. One of them does not. Look, I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, Cthulhu. I would not have believed that any teams in this server have a skin in the game with the way that things are being played out.
That is true, yeah. Look, it's been a very peculiar dynamic. Is probably the only way to really describe how it's been so far. Because Direwolves started off with sort of with a game for just a win. So far, ending their rounds for the trolling. And very next, I mean, they're very much happy to oblige. They're happy to, you know, keep on scoring themselves. But which one do you start, you know, questioning whether it was actual effort from Varian X or whether it's just Direwolves sort of almost throwing? As much as I hate to put the slander towards the Direwolves name toward, you know, the players in the order.
If the boot fits, Pecan has been playing primarily pistol.
Yes, if the boot fits, absolutely. I agree with you here, man. But I mean, it's just almost outrageous, really, here. At least, you know, you can always rely onto Reeves to just keep on dishing out the punishment and the damage. But at which point does Reeves start get frustrated? Like, guys, I'm the one pulling the, you know, pulling all the shots, pulling all the frags. Where are you?
I'm going for a Starbucks run, I think, is probably the call. Right now, Souffle is waiting for the call. Can he send it in with the Gara hook? Wants to commit.
That'll be funny.
I think it's probably not the smartest of plays, knowing full well that they've been punished for their audacity the last few rounds. Reaps in once again, over towards the restaurant. Wants to get some clearance towards kitchen, of course, being it, you know, barbecue and all. They will take down from above. They have the angles and Peter. Peter's just found Pecan. First kill off the board. There's Carly not really getting them much. The goon one again in the leg of Jackie, who is just going to continue to start. Oh, okay.
Hey, he just makes it work.
Yeah, I don't know how Peter died, but he died. He melted. He folded. absolutely slumped there, and somehow Direwolves have walked away with the lead.
Yeah, look, still a little bit confusing how it all being allowed the way how it did, but at least it's good to know that, you know, players like Peter were able to find those initial opening frags. I mean, yes, Pecan, for a fair good understanding, has been, you know, a little bit on the underperforming sort of section. But it was still a formidable sort of turnout. I mean, from quite a few of the players to see them perform, to see them push. Souffle does get down amidst it all. His position has not been cleared out at all, meaning vertical presence is very, very powerful right now.
He just killed Jackie Wu. A pixel headshot.
Yep.
And, okay.
Yeah.
Score's about to be tied up unless Reaps can pull out a miracle. He's
we've seen him do that.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Daryl's on the ground. Now he just needs one more. Where is this? He was above last I saw. Did have a decent vert angle, so a triple for Reeves. He's got 30 seconds. Yeah, Ziz still upstairs. Should have the hatch to play around. It all spawned. Oh, the nade from Reeves! My God!
No shot. This is how he ends it all up that round. Oh my goodness. Disgusting.
Man to the fair. Play some skee ball. My God, that was just.
That is quite an arm that he has on him.
That is just game knowledge. That was insane.
Sheesh. Oh, look, I gotta say that it's been an absolute treat watching Reeves play. No matter the situation, no matter the clutch, he had one of the most impactful players that we've seen in OPL so far in this whole season.
Most definitely. Oh, one round, and Direwolves can put Skyscraper to bed. Baron X need 2 for overtime. But this would be the second time that Apex South has denied them that shot at overtime 2 days in a row. And I question it. What is going on here in Operations League?
Miracles and magic, whether it's good magic or bad magic is, well, up for us to decide, but magic nonetheless. And the head magician being Reeves, who's only 3 frags away from cracking a 20 bomb. And if that is the case, I mean, a 20-5, that would be one hell of a KD score as well to line up.
It would. Pecan. What's the game plan there, Chief? They want to pop the window, and they do just that. But I just don't feel like I can put much stock in the first couple of forays into the building for the Direwolves, because it's usually not what determines the round. It's usually Reeps and wherever he's playing.
Yeah, Reeps has sort of the big driving force for quite a fair bit, and it's been an interesting sort of dynamic where he initially started it off with what felt like that sort of semi, I guess, support play, and now has totally transitioned into that sort of Iana main. Unfortunately for him in this round, he doesn't get to score this, so it seems like it's up to the rest of the team to, you know, lock it all out. But still, regardless of, you know, the unfortunate outcome here, cool to see that. We're starting to see those new star players to start rising up.
Zist finds one onto ED, so that is the majority of your hard reach. Yes, you still have Jackie with the Selmas. Just how effectively you're going to be able to use those is mostly on how Variant X has set themselves up. Player lead for Variant X, they've lost his top fragger and, well, currently their bottom fragger, so mid-maxing if nothing else.
I would respect the min-maxing game. So far, though, at least the Pecan is able to get to using at least some of the utility. The frag grenades from Souffle, this time him, you know, taking a few lessons from his teammate, is certainly able to claim some more frags. And as it stands, actually, the general sort of ground is much more equalized as prior to the new engagements.
CSRX in the hands of Pecan, so 2 assault rifles and a sniper rifle against well, SMGs galore. And oh, Souffle, how does he win that? This might just somehow be the map going the way of the Dials. But you look at the health bars, they're in a bleak spot. Strike falls, and there you go. I don't know how they've done it, but they've done it. 6-4 victory. Like, let's be honest, the way that they were playing, they had no right to win it, but they did anyway.
Oh yeah, they did it anyway with absolute finesse. The way how they've done it, and look, I mean, I suppose that's the best way to really do it for themselves. Although, yeah, look, a few more questions as to where do we gauge, you know, the seriousness of the play. But GG, well played regardless. Direwolves, they're the ones to take out the win on our first matchup out of the 4. And yeah, look, personally, instantly the MVPs.
When you look at the talking now after that victory, you can understand why the faces were the way that were. So, I mean, what a victory. Direwolves claim themselves another scout variant, unfortunately missing out once again. Make sure you guys at home, though, hashtag all your shots in chat. Get yourself some R6 credits and one of these lovely little Ops League Southeast Asia pins. I'm keeping mine in mint condition so that it becomes a collect item because, you know, taking it out of the box ruins it, Cthulhu. It ruins its value immediately. It's no longer worth it. But there you go, Direwolves. Bit of shenaniganry here and there. They bring it back in the end. They do make it a successful victory there on Skyscraper to carry on the campaign here in the Operations League. We will be throwing one of those draws live now, so make sure you got them in chat. Direwolves, once again, solidifying themselves. Technically in first place for now, but depending on the outcome of that Fury matchup, could be a second place solidified.
I mean, so far, this has been a really good performance from Direwolves. The way how they've been, you know, keeping up. Fury only 1 point ahead of them, so even, say, an overtime win will basically be able to completely ruin Fury's chances. But, yeah, for Fury, as of now, they have been dethroned down to the second place, but that is until they get to obviously play their own matchup, which is going to be, well, Elevate versus Fury. So Elevate could really be the big, well, at least for the time being, the kingmakers really here at the conclusion of Playday 4.
I mean, they had that opportunity, yeah, most definitely. There's a lot that could come out of the remainder of the Playday, but it definitely feels like there is, well, the only way I can think to describe it is a lack of intensity from these Apex South teams. We're not seeing that same heat they bring. Understandably, this isn't Apex South. You're not expecting that same tier 1 level of gameplay to be brought each Playday of the Ops League as well. But it goes a step beyond that.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. With the way how things been really going on, you know, the next big team or the next up-and-coming team comes around, they could really take quite a few of these rosters by surprise. I mean, even yesterday's performance, the 7-5 from Variant X against Elevate, certainly does prove that very case that, well, you start trolling around here and there, well, you will definitely get burnt on those sort of jokes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the case. But right now, we are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, it's Obsession taking on a Strape who, look, very nearly had themselves victory. Both teams currently bottom of the pool looking for their first win. So when we come back, we'll see who can walk away with the dub and who walks away, unfortunately, locked down in 8. We'll be back very, very soon.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back my year.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. We've had map 1 done. Direwolves picking up that win over Variant X 7-4 Cthulhu. We jump into our second map of the evening. A battle of the bottom of the table, which is what I was trying to get out. Obsession and Astrape, both currently winless here in autumn. Do you reckon Astrape can bring that same level of intensity they brought yesterday and potentially pull out the, I suppose, upset win over Obsession given last season standing?
Honestly, I'll say that we probably might see, Obsession come out into this matchup a little bit, with slightly more oomph than Astrape, although I think out of all the matches that we've been obviously alluding that it could go into full overtime, I think this might be one of those very few ones where we could see an absolutely scary sort of matchup to really happen, a scary sort of opportunity to come around for either Astrape or Obsession. But I get a feeling that Obsession might just be able to finally get themselves off to a points start for themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely, look, it is probably going to be quite a sluggish game, I would imagine, given how these two teams have been playing. It feels odd. Obsession, they weren't that horrendous of a team last season. They were all able to sort of show up on game day, unfortunately. But the closest match they've had this season was against, champions, and it was even then still regulation, a 7-5 over on Oregon. Coming into this matchup, looking at the two teams, Obsession still likely the favorites, I think, given how Astrape have been having lost as well to Variant X, which is the only team to have done so. It's hard to hold faith, unfortunately, for either of these teams, really.
Yeah, look, it's sort of one of those moments where, both teams definitely had a very, very just unfortunate run as it stands. I mean, with Obsession now even introducing a brand spanking new player in terms of Zephyr, it's an interesting sort of prospect where I think Obsession could really find themselves that really good kickstart in terms of now them having Canom and Zephyr as the sort of the big possible performers, and sort of turn it into a similar sort of situation where it's Reaps and Souffle for Direwolves. But again, it's all so far just speculations because, I mean, you look at the general stats, it's only been Canom who has been performing.
Well, I mean, the fact that it's, veteran producer boom that is out for Zephyr here in this matchup, that I don't know how much it's going to be a takeaway or an improvement for these teams at the moment, but heading over to their opponents, of course, Astrape Esports coming into this matchup, completely lossless last season. They were unable to pick up a single victory. And I think it was 13 by the end of it. Coming into this season, I mean, they started strong. They had the showings of what could be big plays. And, I mean, the man in the middle, he's the one to talk about for this roster, Keith. 30 and 24. The only player in this stats lineup for both teams that we've seen that is positive.
Yeah, look, Keith, he's been on quite a ripper of a performance quite a fair few times in himself, and occasionally even phenomenal. Things been definitely looking up for himself, whereas the rest of the team definitely had a very rough run so far. So we could be looking at possibly just finding ourselves some very interesting matchup, albeit that to introduce now Chalet into the matchup, this could be a nice sort of almost even ground for both of the teams, because Chalet, I would imagine, has been played quite a fair few times. I think here this is just going to be more so the question of consistency between the rosters, and I think this is where we could really see ourselves, into some very interesting ground where, for Obsession, this is a good chance to finally get themselves up and running, but also for Astrape, this is where they could 110% honestly pull off some rather silly performances.
I mean, the ripper start last night. What was it? yeah, they took a 4-2 half to start things off on Clubhouse, and then proceeded to lose 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, giving up to Champion, who were able to overwhelm them quite significantly. Also, but there you go on your screen, Obsession at the moment. And, I mean, Roldini has that historical experience, having played on Q Confirm. Now Fury, of course, has some Tier 1 competition experience. Bring that veterancy to the roster. Producer Boom not playing today, unfortunately. But the Straight, they showed signs of promise yesterday. Can they shine that through again today?
Look, there's certainly possibilities of that. It's a roster that keeps on, despite, the unfortunate circumstances, the unfortunate turnouts, they are a roster that keeps on sort of thrashing around and trying to just do something good for themselves. And in terms of just the general theory, they have a good understanding of what needs to be done. It's the execution and the timing that seems to be, so far, the crux of a number of problems for them. Not all of them, but a number of the issues that have been playing a straight esports. Masato Obsession is just the general sort of consistency. On some rounds, you see them pop off and they absolutely do it in just perfect fashion. And then the next round, they proceed to absolutely flop. So, going into this one, I think, on one hand, it's a trial of just how well can you adapt to the general sort of play, to adapt to your opponents, kind of almost switching up the pace. And on the other hand, is the ability to keep up that said pace, keep up the momentum, and to be able to close out the rounds convincingly.
Yeah, most definitely. King Flores and the Valkyrie here on Chalet banned out so far. 1 defensive ban remaining, and that is in the hands of a Straight. So they will have the pick of the litter as to where they do want to go with it. It's going to be a Wemai, which does make that top library stairs hold a little bit less secure.
Interesting choice of a ban off of a Wemai, of all the things, but this could definitely cripple quite a fair few setups like you alluded to. I mean, even the master bedroom setups no longer as as safe as they were. Even the plays around the mezzanine, like you highlighted, the library stairs. So quite a lot of openings there. Obviously, there's still Jaeger, he exists, but not to as much of that flexibility that Wemai introduces, which could definitely throw quite a fair bit of a spanner in the play. And I mean, you look straight off the back of that, those picks coming around. You have Canom on Twitch, and then you have the Sledge and the Iana, 2 sets of frag grenades. You have Zephyr and Roldini introducing a lot of throwable utility, plus ammunition as well as itself. So Obsession are going into this with a very open mind in terms of that they will be able to dump a lot of throwables across the whole site.
Yeah, I mean, the other interesting thing that we're seeing out of a Straight is the ACS-12 in the hands of God is shiny. Not the go-to, I think. The older 5.56, I think, would be the standard in the hands of a Maestro. But the slug shotgun, available. Does dish out some decent punishment.
Very, very much so. Looking to make it work as much as they can. Early sort of shots being traded around too big, as Canom actually doing absolutely God's work here with the Twitch drone, getting rid of that Cade charge. Does mean that for Keith, things will get a little bit more problematic later down the line, with him trying to hold off the position, with him now being unable to properly deny either one of the few breaches. So this opens up a great opportunity for the swings, for the pushes now for OBS, but how quickly will they be able to take that opportunity and seize it is a completely different sort of bag of worms here.
Yeah, Silence pushing out towards that library hallway. Possession wants to be able to get in and start applying the pressure. In fact, they're going to get Office opened up nice and early on. They can start this contest in towards the site itself, getting above and providing that overwatch. But the fact that there's been no real pressure upstairs to deny the push, Bolivian first blood claim Phenom does go down. And that is your Twitch off the board as well. Utility clear. Keith not going to slow down Bolivian for a second. Finally shut down, but it's traded back, and the ACS-12 does go bang, bang, bang into Roldini, and it is Zephyr, the newest addition to this team, the last one alive.
Zephyr just, yeah, will have to do quite a lot of work here on the side of a Strape. There's a roster that is able to kick it off really, really well on the defense, and they managed to prove this in full, but it's more so going to be the question of the attack. The funny thing is, though, Chalet being known to be a very attacker-sided map, could very much see its stats overturned very, very quickly, as right now I believe Zephyr actually got spotted there by one of the Maestro cameras. So yeah, indeed, a lot of damage being tagged up, and look, the next sort of turnaround could be very much deadly.
Indeed, you need to be on the mark, and God is shiny. Is going to claim his second of the round with that ACS-12. The fully auto slug shotgun. The Biscuit Tin Cannon. It is a terrifying weapon in the right hand.
Absolutely. I mean, after all the buffs that came around to it as well, it has become a very viable weapon for the Pig, with the ability to, you know, run quite a variety of scopes, with the ability to be able to consistently output the damage over the long range as well as the close range, and with those slugs hitting quite hard as well. Yeah, it is an absolutely devastating weapon. Matter of fact, probably even more consistent over the range than even the older at this point, with the sheer amount of just the nerfs for all of the LMGs within Siege, within the recent patch. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing more of that shotgun, because it is an absolutely deadly piece of weaponry. But I mean, straight off the back, I actually decided to switch things around even further, to kick it up a notch, go a little bit more aggressive. Now, not looking to introduce the Thatcher, not looking to introduce the Thermite and the Slate anymore. This time the introduction of a Lion plus a Hibana to come through. So Lucky and Co are definitely looking to try to get maybe a little bit more information, or at least lock down one of their players, or one of the enemy players, in those positions before they actually make a move.
Yeah, most definitely looking to try and provide that opening. But it is, again, the ACS-12 got a shiny on the Azami. They're happy with the gun. Bringing some slightly altered utility with a Strape. They've been in this position before. How well can they manage it second time around?
I reckon there could be still a pretty solid opportunity here, or just a very solid push that can happen. But the main thing here for Obsession is they need to be very decisive, because it seems so far they have been very hesitant about how they approach the push, how they approach their own swings, and they have been punished in quite a full force. Right now, with Phenomenal holding on to his position, he was able to hold on to it for pretty much for a long while, until Silence decided to completely remove him. And as it stands, even Canom decided to go in for the push.
Yeah, Bolivian. Doing some big work so far already this map. 3-1. Look at hold on. Unfortunately, Roldini with a shot like that on the key. They split the difference, and it's Big G and Bolivia to clutch up, going into what is the second half of this round. There is still a lot of Siege to be played here in the second.
Very much so. Quite a lot of damage. Very contrasting as well, round and the result, given that it's only down to Bolivian. He does spot one of the, well, targets, but unable to really connect all the killing shots. So, yeah, look, good response from Obsession, as they're managing to really keep it nice and steady overall. But, yeah, look, definitely poses up with a very, you know, consistently sort of imposing question of, well, are we actually going to see that sort of back and forth gameplay from the two teams, or whether it's sort of Obsession starting to, you know, ramp up their own momentum, starting to slowly but surely chunk away from a Strape, whereas a Strape sort of will end up delving down into the, you know, the deeper pits of madness amidst all of this. But oh, maybe it could be completely polar opposite. It's just the Obsession got lucky on that round number 2, and then from there on out, the Strape would absolutely floor for their opponents. So I mean, with the way how they so far, introduced it, again, it's sort of, it follows the dynamic of good theory, sort of practices still yet to be, introduced in all the proper ways. But I'm liking the addition of Echo from Big G.
We'll see what they can do with it.
10 seconds left.
Yeah. It is something we do see a lot on the site. More often than not, we'll see a deep shield from the walk-in wardrobe, but it seems that's probably not the play here. Might even just be a walk-in wardrobe hold with the Echo itself. There's still a lot of editing going on this late into the prep phase.
So, I mean, it's been so far an absolutely huge result. The God is shiny already, going on a run out. Canom out of the equation, that is going to be quite a fair bit of a blow to Obsession's push potential, because of just how Obsession do prefer to push. They like to play that sort of silence Canom duo where they would push from variety of positions, which now wouldn't really be allowed. So, as it stands,
that's cheeky.
And Strape done a really good job here. And yeah, utilizing this Echo drone to just peek outside, basically free of charge, is a great amount of information that you can gather.
Just funneling it through to the team so they have every idea of where these positions are being played from. Silence. I'm going to start clearing some utility out, and those castle barricades wants the cover towards that bathroom door so they can deny any sort of rotates between that and Solarium. And, well, Phenomenal does go down. I think they had the info, and the finish will come. No trade, no punishment whatsoever for Roldini.
Now we are trading out sort of both of the players in a very sort of consistent way, without either one of the parties losing any further amount of HPs. Sort of leads to a bit of a question now with a minute and 20 remaining. What is the next sort of point? Because Obsession didn't really clear out the downstairs plays. And Zephyr being the person to do the hard breaching plus, having the diffuser, will have to be very cautious about how he plays his position, because right now God Shiny could do some very disgusting things with the run out.
Well, there he goes.
Doesn't even need to do that.
And he's going to get the barricade off onto the window. You can take that, in all honesty, if you are this straight roster who are playing very much that hit-and-run style of Siege, trying to chip away at the mental potentially here of Obsession. And I would imagine it's probably working.
A bomb has been located.
Very much so. Slowly but surely. Chipping away even at just the sheer sanity of Obsession. But I mean, you look at just the positioning even of the Obsession players, very sort of, they either bunch all together in those sort of groups of two. It is completely. Zephyr, assuming amidst just that double swing, ends up tapping at J Lucky's head, which is not the best sort of situation. With 9 seconds remaining, though, this is all an absolute chaos.
Zephyr doesn't have the time. Bolivian's going to claim the last two. Straight. And themselves second round here, Cthulhu. They are looking hot to trot here on Chalet. So far, Obsession maybe not living up to that name when it comes to the prep work coming into a matchup.
Yeah. Definitely not the best sort of to bring out from Obsession, really, I have to say. And I mean, that's an introduction, as I thought would be, the big one to add to Obsession's lineup. So far, not really working out as much as one would want it to see. I mean, it is Roldini for the most of it that has been, outputting the consistent numbers. The rest of the team is just sitting on the breadsticks. But as you look at a Strape, for the most of it, at least you have Bolivian and God Shiny basically popping off. Yes, Phenomenal, and the Big G yet to get on board. But
you take the victories where you can.
Yeah, you take the victories where you can. Yeah, absolutely.
And the ACS-12, the Thunk Thunk Biscuit Tin Cannon, you can hear it ringing out as the site edits get underway. That's ahead into this. Apart from your session, it's been business as usual. We haven't seen anything really that crazy in terms of picks. I think it's smart. You don't want to be risking things. You don't want to be going crazy. Just play a concise, well thought out game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a pretty well set up so far, at least defense from Strape, and that has been sort of confirmed even against some of the bigger teams where they were able to hold on to their positions pretty well, keep the opponents at a fair bit of distance as well before the actual collapse happened. So all of those times losing the unfortunate game certainly started slowly but surely paying off. They became definitely a very dangerous entity once they do go into the defense, but it's the offense that seem to have actually suffered even further compared to their last season's performance, where they were able to at least occasionally, have the sparks of hope once they do go onto the attack. So far, though, it's been definitely something to very much desirable. All left too much.
Yeah, there has been a lot left to be desired, unfortunately, so far today. You would have liked some slightly more concise gameplay, slightly more decisive matchup that would have given us crazier watching, but Roldini, first blood, flame, traded back immediately by Kanom. Pushing up aggressively, though, wants to start threatening towards that master bedroom position. For now, though, all he's going to find is that camera and clear it out.
Getting rid of those sort of pieces of utility, pieces of information would be absolutely great here. I mean, the camera lost, yes. So probably by far one of the more weird ones, but it's still a good amount of information that could be gone. Though, I say that, speaking of, well, things and people gone, Keith already getting the better of J Lucky yet again. Unfortunately for the player on the Zephyr, things are looking rather grim. His obsession, slowly but surely, sort of falling into that bit of despair where they can't seem to be able to find any good sort of movement, any good pattern to be able to claim, and just about to handle the third point to a Strape. Are going to be very much excited about this sort of prospect. As long as for Obsession, though, as long as they're able to at least get themselves one more point, the first half is not yet completely lost.
Yeah, I think at the minute, Strape can be quite happy with the way that they've been playing. I say that God is Shiny goes down, traded back by PigG immediately. Phenomenal, in a bit of trouble. Has been spotted from Trode, finished off by Silence. They're making those encroachments in towards the side.
15 seconds
to take some big damage. They're both back here. Toxic Canis is going to cut off the rotate, so it is going to be through. PigG just straight up wins it. Keep blocking down the angle, 5 seconds remaining. Stefan, unless he lines up the miracle, finds the first, needs to find the second, swinging deep, but PigG does not miss a beat. He does not miss that shot either.
Nicely. Very nicely done there. Continuing that sort of very crisp, clean sort of run so far for Strape. Once again, sort of backing up the theory of their defense being disgustingly difficult to really, surpass, at least within the terms of just OPL and how teams really played against the Strape. Obsession, I'm gonna be honest, a bit of a fall from grace, really, at least in terms of just the fact of how different it felt, looking at it last season. This season has been an upsetting one, really. You look at just how they handled themselves, you look at the fact that they're one of the teams that can't really, get into the even Apex South, and with them currently sitting on the 7th place on the leaderboard, it has been a very just unfortunate sort of set of results. And funnily enough as well, I mean, prior to this very matchup, both the Strape and Obsession were sitting on the same round differential.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Unfortunately, that will have to change. God is Shiny.
5 seconds
You
left.
can hear the ACS 12 going hard once again. Definitely a big fan of it. I think we've seen him run... No, I don't think we've seen him run a single conventional gun throughout the entire map. It's always been the ACS 12.
Yeah. Look, I mean, for what it's worth, the ACS 12 is great at just reshaping the sort of the site, reshaping the general sort of general just body mass as well of your opponent. So, I mean, by all means, do go crazy with using it. I mean, when you get a choice between technically you could call it a long-range weapon, that is the ACS 12, and the 9x18 submachine gun, I'd say probably with the ACS 12 purely for the ability to contest those longer angles with the magnification scope as well, and slightly more consistent just damage output in general.
Yeah, I suppose on top of it, the damage output is pretty nice. Library contest, the first on the cards for Obsession here, finding themselves down by 2 in the second to last round of the half. Phenomenal. In a bit of trouble with concussion, and well, Roldini somehow allowed to walk up and get that kill. Unfortunately, they do lose him off the trade, courtesy God is shining. That's his sledge on a first floor attack that is no longer available.
Indeed. With Roldini, basically, amidst all of that, I mean, you look at the setup that God is Shiny doing. He is setting up an absolute stronghold. I say that, though, very steady swing from Silent, although it does leave him with barely any HP. And as it stands, finished off by a courtesy of Bolivian, so the MX4 Storm has just been absolute work here. I mean, minute 12 to go. What can you do here as Obsession, given that so far it's been just an absolute floor? I say that, though, Canom just enters the building and enters the site.
Takes 2 out, like a utility zipper on the plant. Bolivian, there you go. That's the shots you were looking for. To drop down, has the sideline.
Ooh.
And Zephyr falls down to the 1 versus 1. Jay Lucky's position will have been revealed. He can't find the angle. He can't find the angle of the diffuser. Oblivion's hunting him right now. The pixel! Oblivion with the quad and the clutch. The 1v3 clutch shot into the defuse. The straight, a 4th round here, Cthulhu.
Eesh. Absolutely naughty plays there. I mean, absolutely deserved as well. A Strape, 4-1. Now looking at a possibility even of 5-1ing. Currently, Obsession bringing in the final nail, what so far has been the coffin of Obsession's run within the league, at least in the early stages of it. I mean, if that is the case, if that is how they play, this is a huge improvement from the conclusion of the last season, from the way even how they've, taken probably the unfortunate loss to Elevate yesterday and, started improving, working upon it with, Chalet being obviously a much more prevalent map than Bank. This doubles down on Straight being able to find their sort of own footing. This is a great amount of progression coming around from them with... Yeah, OBS definitely tanking here. So will be our prediction scores as well, mind you, given that I think all of us predicted Obsession to win out this very matchup, which would be rather funny.
In the immortal words, unfortunately, it sucks to suck. You just gotta keep moving forward and pretend like nothing happened and that it's someone else's fault. Damn it, Cthulhu! Why did you convince me to vote Obsession?
Oh, look, I'm just out here, I'm here to throw in all the spanners in the works, whether it's my own self as well. That left to up for the actual judgment.
Going down, you're coming with. Is that the attitude?
Basically.
No. Yeah. Well, looks like at the moment, Obsession the ones to be going down. Oh, excuse me. 5-1-1. I mean, realistically, on the horizon here.
Very much so. Yeah. Look, this has been a strong-armed sort of first half, orchestrated very excellently here by Strape, mind you, as well, which held and that roster held on to their positions really, really well. The way how they just for the most of it, it's been just their ability to hold their spots, their positions, their angles. And the ability to keep up this sort of consistent hold is what basically been their bread and butter, which I can't really fault them at all. I mean, with Roldini, though, getting the better of that is the Jaeger out of the equation, although the damage is not as colossal as, say, eliminating a Bolivian out of the equation.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you've eliminated Phenomenal, who's sporting a donut currently. So you've eliminated the least threatening member of this Straight roster. And the fact that Bolivian is still in play and could still do some damage here is not ideal.
For all, yeah. Bolivian could still very much healthy, could very much be the menace to absolutely eliminate things as Keith does get the better of Roldini. No more of the sledge, no more of those misfortunes and all of those opportunities, because right now is just once again time drain in full effect.
Yeah, they are going to capitalize as best they can on this situation, knowing that, I mean, realistically, they are that much closer to winning things out if they push from here. I'm concerned for Obsession's ability to bring this one back, given the spread. Bolivian as well, still holding it down, knows that he's being threatened just that little bit, has the reload opportunity. I mean, they might be pushing up to him, but they really haven't pressured him. There's 36 seconds left, blowing for the plant, they're just going to flood on through. Look to try and deny, and unfortunately there is no real way. Oh no, I say that! There was no one to deny, but the Yokai Nitro combo is going to be just enough. Kanom has on the plant. Silence is going to find a kill, but him and Jay Lucky very low. Shots on. God is shine. He goes for the pre-fires. And a 2 versus 2 in the post. Where is Keep? He hit the Nitro from below. God is shiny going for the attempt to spray through the walls between the sites. And yeah, you're not wrong. There are so many angles now to consider and play around. And if you're not careful, you're going to find yourself in an absolute world of hurt. Locking it down. Hitting your shots is absolutely key, and unfortunately, may not even come down to that. What? God is shiny, going for the defuse. Okay. Keep there. God is shiny for one. Make that a 1 versus 1. God, you got to sit there. You got to. He says he got the time. He should have long armed it. Kanom is just going to capitalize and take the kill.
Could have actually held it, forcing the push to happen, and maybe thinking, oh, maybe he's just faking it. Which has been ultimately the result, but that would have been one hell of a way to wrap up, the round, the first half, to completely chalk Obsessions, as well, because it's been look, once again, question of consistency. The 2 rounds that they were able to be very, very convincing and very well orchestrated, but the 4 rounds that they did lose to Restraint, they have been also very convincingly lost. So, kudos to Restraint for pushing that 4-point score. And now in comes the question. The question that hasn't really been answered back against Elevate Panda. Do Restraint score on the attack? Do they get to really push this to match point to at least solidify 1 point? Or will Obsession completely pull a reverse sweep here?
Well, I mean, the wild thing is, that is exactly how the half played out yesterday.
Yep.
For Australia. And they still then went and lost the match. So,
attackers must locate and defuse.
I don't know. All I can say for sure is that I am getting increasingly concerned.
And the concern is certainly there. Just how dangerous things could get for Australia. Although, look, despite me, predicting against them, I'm very much all for Australia, to come out with a win here, because this finally would have almost the stigma about them and the way how things have been really going down for them. So, by all means, do get to scoring, do get on board. Between the 2 of them, one of them will have to come out with some points at least, as the other team will get left, at least in the dust, for a fair bit moment. Quite a fair bit of information, though, is being gathered here by Keith, and things that are coming around certainly do introduce a little bit more, maybe, confidence for the straight players to start actually going in for the swings, to start jumping into the actual and get to playing as, oh no, how did that happen?
That's never ideal. Phenomenal taking some big damage. And that could be easy pickings. I mean, Phenomenal is having a horrendous day.
Down bad, horrendous. I say that though, not as not Keith though, as he gets the better of Kanom. Funnily enough, one of the big performers for OBS. Now up next is going to be, players like Roldini, players like Silence. Jay Lucky does get a bit of Phenomenal, who at the end of the day still sports an unfortunate donut, so might just end up becoming at least an Agent 017 soon, as at least he has 1 assist to his name. But in reality, minute 13, Strict might end up running into very similar situation where they end up just wasting too much time to all of the clearing, onto all of those setups to face what basically is only one chance, one opportunity to actually make that push work.
I mean, it's insanely concerning that in 7 rounds played, you've got assists on 2 people and that's it. So you've helped contribute to 2 kills in 7 rounds. That is not a very reassuring number, and unfortunately got a shiny. Caught on the drone, silenced the freest kill of his career, backs himself off through the basement, and he can rotate as he wants.
Very much so. Free real estate to be picked up here, as it's now a 3v3. 25 seconds though, push needs to happen here as quickly as possible. Keith now being eliminated as well. That's your flank watch, that's your push towards the piano. That is a lot of free real estate that has been reopened up. But defense and no chances, no signs of an actual solid push as that trade is granted here by Zephyr.
S3 is repeating. They're looking to dash on through. Pig, he's going to get the defuse down. He's finished. It's traded out. And Obsession will get themselves a 3rd round until history is repeating itself currently.
Very much so. Yeah, straight. You can see the concern starting to creep in to their faces, where it's just them looking, well, how's that really? How did that really even happen? How did we lose that? Let's try to keep ourselves, in the running here, because still only 2 points away from that match point, and even then, not a secured complete win, which will be a very, very huge point of concern here for Straight right now. Obsession, this is their chance, though, to gain back. Only 1 point differential here. If they keep on holding the way how they did just now, I dare to say, reverse sweep could very much be on the way.
Oh, dear. Right now, I'd be incredibly concerned. Honestly, if this round is the round that ties it up for Oblivion, Obsession, not Oblivion, Obsession. If this is the round that ties it up, I'd be calling attack pause if I was just Straight. If something is not working.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, absolutely. I'm definitely at a draw point. I will be hoping that they would be calling in the attack pause, because if things are starting to escalate to this sort of point where you just consistently unable to find any sort of closure on your own attack, this is where concerns are starting to grow very, very consistently and very thoroughly. So, very much so. I'm curious about whether that is going to be the case here, or whether it was just the first sort of round on the attack hiccup with the Straight trying to, Justin figure out as to where they want to go, where they want to push. They did introduce now Lion with the flashbangs as well, so a fair bit more of that sort of utility drain. But I don't think at the moment it is a problem of utility drain here, Pat. It is a problem about timing and how they pace themselves.
One of those super consistent problems that we see in the wonderful world of Siege. So, right now, first minute gone, all 10 players still alive. We haven't seen any scrappy fights.
Attackers have recovered
Lion having put in some work already. Phenom still yet to get himself a single kill. I mean, there's just so much more work that needs to be put in by the rest of the team.
Very much so. It needs to be, a team effort. That's why Siege is those beautiful games where, yes, you can pop off as a solo player, but against a consistent 1v5, I mean, good luck doing really anything, getting yourself any sort of wins, any big momentum. Very much just relying on one player is definitely not always enough. Got a Shiny, had a few really big moments for himself. Unfortunately, on the attack so far, hasn't really got as much of that momentum. And I mean, once again, the Surya Gate starting to get re-engaged, reopened. And I mean, look at this angle as well. I mean, how do you contest this as Big G? Because Rodini just absolutely doing something like this.
Well, that's diffused down, whether they know it or not. And that was a long-range angle too. Oh dear, the push in. Silence. Knows, but unfortunately they can't make a play. Rodini finally finished off. They're pushing in. Phenom again goes down without impact in the round. He gets himself a third assist on the board, but who cares? You're not finding kills. You're not being able to provide those openings. The utility already burned as well. You got maybe, what, 1-2 scans off? I think there still would have been a third one in pocket, plus the utility. 20 seconds remaining. They've got to push onto the site, and they just can't do it. They don't have the health. They don't have the utility. They've got nothing to clear out whatever defensive there is, so they're going to have to absolutely push through, battle their way in.
Ooh.
But no, 2 quick kills. It's God is shiny. Trying to push through, trades one back. Can he trade a second one back? They don't even need to force it. He's just going to sit there. He's got nothing. And if I'm a Strafe, I'm calling the attack force here because Obsession have brought this back. It's consistently the way that this thing is happening for a Strafe, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is very spooky ground, spooky sort of setup.
Scary skeletons.
Yeah, spooky, scary skeletons coming around, and I mean, it is also such a daunting, change. You look at a Strafe on defense, legitimately a scary team to verse against, and they could do some absolutely disgusting things, really, to make it work. And then you look at Strafe on the attack, no matter what maps so far been, and it almost feels like it's they only just now been introduced to OPL. They haven't really gotten any sort of flavoring of how just competitive Siege really works, of how the timing really works, and sort of begs for a question: well, where was that sort of link lost? Where's the crux of the problem? Obviously, yes, we are looking at a few names in the roster that have been underperforming in terms of the numbers game, in terms of the frags. But even then, surely it's not just that being the big problem.
Arrive from what we're seeing at the moment, as it stands, Phenom still on the donut. Hopefully he can upgrade himself to a breadstick at the very least before the match is over. But the way that things are going for a Straight, the likelihood of that is getting smaller and smaller as the match goes on, because Obsession, mounting their comeback here, have brought it back to equal 3 rounds now. If they win 3 in a row, they win the whole map and absolutely disassemble a Strafe.
Strafe has been able to just... They were able to find themselves a really good ground first half. Second half, still struggling, still trying to find their own thing. And again, it's the same points of entry as well that has been, the big problem for them. They're still trying to force the very same positions. And I mean, surely, this being part of the Ubisoft franchise games, remembering the old Far Cry 3, what is the definition of insanity? It's when you're trying to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
It's exactly it. And right now, the Straight, some things they're doing the same, some that they aren't. Phenom, he's playing the Twitch now. He's sort of bounced around operators. Hasn't really quite found the one that sticks for him. Bolivian doing a lot of the carry work with the help of God of Shiny. A lot of that work, though, even still, was done on the defense with that ACS-12. He was putting up some big numbers with the Maestro and the Azami. Not to be now, though. Picking up the fuse. It feels like maybe the tilt setting in just a little bit for a Straight, because they've already been brought back to even, much like they were last night. In fact, exactly like they were last night. They now find themselves in a position where they don't have too many more rounds to breathe. They have to be careful, they have to be smart and concise, and they're just not finding that opportunity, that coordination, or conciseness to be able to make the plays that they want to make, and that infuriation that they're now experiencing is bleeding into their play. And this brutal circle of self-fulfilling prophecy where they just tilt themselves more and more and more as the match goes on. So hopefully, if Attack Force does come through, they can bring it back with Roldini deep on the roam, as this Aruni might be able to pinch in and do some damage. Oblivion already tagged. God is shiny. Second set of pucks going out right now. Joe Lucky holding West. Phenom again goes down without a kill. The donut, the bagel will continue. You got 10 seconds. How is there 10 seconds in the round? They've not got the opportunity to execute. Roldini, they hold it off. What the hell is going on? This is an absolute shambles.
Look, I'm just about as shocked as you are, Ander, but look, for Obsession, this is at least a good return to sort of to form. They're able to at least harness the fact that their opponents are making the mistakes, and they're able to emphasize off the back of those. Able to keep it running. Finally, yeah, we do see a Strape finally grab themselves the 5th point, but yeah, look. They definitely. Oh yeah, go on.
I think we need to change our giveaway hashtag from hashtag call your shots to hashtag hit your shot. Because at the moment, a Strape cannot do it to save their lives right now. This is, I mean, it's just unbelievable that how they can go up in a half 4-2 and then completely fumble the bag off the half switch.
Yeah, look, it definitely is one of those things that certainly will be, a continuing question going into the remainder of the season, no matter what is the end result overall. At least hopefully for Strape, this is where they sort of get themselves back into the swing of things, back into the sort of the right mental state, because otherwise this could be a rather sort of problematic thing to really look towards. But as it stands, for Obsession, at least for Obsession, this is a good time. They're only 2 rounds away from wrapping up the map and completing sort of the reverse sweep. Whereas for Strape, they're about to be left back into the dust, back into the bottom of the leaderboard, back to the lobby, and back to sort of ground zero really for themselves. So look, again, Chalet, we were contemplating, thinking about is it going to be the sort of the turnout where, for Strape at least, it's only the defensive side that they have to perfect and sort of look towards, nearly looking to try to get those sort of 5-1s, if not 6-0s, to even have remotely a chance to be able to close it off in the attack. Whether it is going to be sort of outside of the Strape sort of curse, where defense is all great, but the attack is very much wobbly. So there's a number of thoughts, a number of theories.
That's not even it. This is just the Strape second half curse. Like, it's not even a particular side. It's just the second half. It's an absolute. I was gonna say something there. It's gonna be an absolute mess. That's the call I'm gonna make, because you know the word that I'm going for. I use it all the time when we're talking outside of broadcast, because that is exactly what we're witnessing right now.
Yup. Look, already at least for Strape, they're not out of this yet. Well, I say that quick trade-off comes around. Keith is the latest victim. I mean, this scoreline, Roldini does get a little bit cheeky, but then, we're continuing this again. The trades to come around, so we're back onto 3v3, as Obsession are so far still in the lead, but they are continuing a really cool, a really good trade for themselves more so, and just the ability to keep up, sort of going, no you, and just trading back the damage that was dealt to them, whether it's a frag, whether it's just a smidge of damage. So with Zephyr now falling, it's all down to Silence and Jay Lucky, who has been able up until now, to, keep on trading it out, but don't really trade this one out, so they will have to wait for that sort of post-breach approach.
Most definitely. 2 versus 3 in the clutch. This is possible. This is well and truly possible, especially given how isolated these players are. What the heck is going on? Look at how spread a Strape are on this attack. This is just the opportunity fires that are gunfighters. Jay Lucky is going to trade it back there. Yeah. And the Strape win this. No, sorry, Strape lose this. I'm sorry. There's no way. Jay Lucky is going to clutch this one up. There's 38 seconds left. God is Shiny is outside. All Jay Lucky has to do is set himself up on the diffuser. Get shots on! How in the bloody world has Obsession put themselves... How have they clutched this up again? What are Strape doing?
A Strape in the bin here. And the way how they've been playing and the way how they've held on, it is just rather unfortunate, turn out for themselves. Can't really be able to find any sort of solution, any solace in any of their approaches. And I mean, probably the best sort of person to describe how Astrape currently feeling is, well, phenomenal. His just sort of, you can see the face of frustration, the face of just like, well, what can we do? What do we do here, really, to turn this around? Because whilst, yes, look, it's easier for us as the observers to say, oh, just, you know, push quicker, or, you know, just, you know, just hit your shots. But in reality, this has been a completely different sort of thing, where I think at this point this is borderline sort of not even the performance problem, it's a mental problem here for them, where they just keep on running into those almost mental traps.
Yeah, I don't know.
10 seconds.
The fact that this is, again, exactly how last night played out. 4-2 first straight, they then cannot win a single round in the second half.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
At least Phenomenal's got his breadstick, though.
Yeah, at least there's the breadstick, so you don't walk away with a full-on donut. But I mean, you look at the rest of the players. I mean, God is Shiny has been trying his best to put in the effort. You see Bolivian 13-8. So there's still, you know, chances and promises, but I think at this point, the sort of, if things do continue going this very similar way, and Astrape won't be able to find really their stride here, you know, I wouldn't put it past the idea that, you know, maybe talks about of just complete, you know, remake of the team, maybe to come around. I say that though, at least Keith is able to keep on fragging out Roldini out of the equation.
Unfortunately, that doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme. And as well, running the M1014 on Pulse. They've got shotguns in play, +2 SMG and an assault rifle. And Kanon, look at the info that he's getting. There's nearly no counterplay to it at the minute. I don't have faith that this one goes to overtime.
It had the opportunity to do so, but look, I mean, so far, only 3 rounds away from at least making it to a 5th point, or which would already be sort of, I guess, an improvement from the previous scoreline. But we've seen those clutches to come around. This, though, is a much more effective push by Keith, which does leave all down to Kanon, and even he cannot do it. If we finally do see the attacking round win here from Astrape, as they do push to a 6-5 scoreline.
Oh dear. I don't know. Okay, so they've got one more round to push it to overtime. Astrape might finally claim that first win of the season. Won't be in regulation, but still, it's something.
Oh, it's something, all right.
But Obsession have the opportunity tonight overtime. And I just can't call it. I'm sorry. I don't know which way this is going.
Both teams had their highs and lows, but at least this time, well, Astrape were just one step closer to at least being able to score just some point, just 1 point at least. No matter who at this point does win it out, for Obsession at least, they solidify that they will get at least 1 point here by achieving the match win for themselves. One more round. Given that their defense has been a very promising one and a very thoroughly conducted one, we could certainly see them, you know, win out here. For Astrape, making it to overtime will already improve their chances and already double, you know, their scoreline or rather their performance compared to last season.
Yeah. Either way, this could all be over within the next 3 minutes. Do I have faith that it will be? Absolutely not. We'll see, though.
There still could be grand opportunities to come through with all of that. There could still be some big swings that Keith and Co could really do. Keith actually popped off that round, which was a rather interesting thing to see, especially with the ARX sort of being that next big weapon, the next big almost meta weapon to a certain degree. Maybe it's just, you know, the Iana players that are just cracked in general, whether it's the G36C wielder or the ARX. Regardless of it, though, Strape are looking to start gathering some more information up on before their entry. As yeah, Keith this time, buddy, you've tried your best with the white swings to come around. Unfortunately, this time none of it really does come to fruition, as Zephyr even tried to get a little bit more cheeky.
Well, Keith for Zephyr, I think you take that if you're Obsession. Anyone there does come out. Pushing through those. Jay lucky to go down. Hits the ground, but he's not out of it just yet. Opportunity, and Kanon will look to take it to get him back into play. The possibilities from here that maybe, just maybe, this isn't that done dash. Kanon goes down as well. When we head towards that final minute, there's still utility to burn.
Is this the OT, Panda? It would be one heck of a funny way for it to be achieved after such a wild ride of the past few rounds for Strape to finally find their footing in here. But again, with some of the timing that could be coming around, 56 seconds. Silence and the rest of the remainder of the Obsession could really hold on to this play here.
40 seconds remaining. That's the kill that you're looking for. God of Shiny might be the difference maker. Silence and Roldini. Two top fraggers for the team. Need to clutch it up. Roldini tucked in behind the bar. There we go. Ooh. Silence claims God is Shiny. 2 versus 3 and coming down the stairs. That's Big G. He will have heard the footsteps. Pre-fires. Silence. Unfortunately, bites off far more than he can chew. Yeah. Needs to pre-fight, and Roldini's lost some health. So it looks like we're going to OT. And we are indeed.
Indeed, yeah, look. I suppose we did call it initially that OT could certainly be on the cards here between the two of the rosters. Yeah, I'm just about as surprised and confused as probably you are here right now, Panda, with just the way how it's all been so far unraveling. Obsession kind of just lost the general swing of things, just how they've been, holding on to their positions, how they've been able to, pull off some of those clutches. But by all means, it seems like, well, at least for Strape, their whole attack pool has kind of actually worked out rather well. So with us now moving on to overtime, we are certainly looking at a rather interesting sort of dynamic where now it's just more so the battle of just who can execute their defense better, because both teams had those, well, they just traded the 4-2 halves. The difference being is that, well, for Strape, they lost first, couple rounds here. Oh, sorry, they lost, I believe, their second round, and they lost their last round of the first half, whereas Obsession just gave away 2 rounds in a row without any sort of real ability to hold on to their sort of advantage. So here right now on their defense, technically could say that they are, they will be feeling a whole lot more, comfortable continuing their sort of momentum. But in the same vein, one could argue that they will be holding on to the losing momentum right now.
Yeah, indeed. Well, 3 rounds, potentially just the 2. Obsession have defense twice. And Strape, who knows? Honestly, at this point, who the heck knows?
It certainly has been quite a wild ride. Let me say that. I wouldn't be surprised if that is sort of the continuation, of the storyline. Roldini, though, does get the better of Keith yet again, shutting down the Iana player even further. Not really granting any sort of further momentum or further advantage to really spot. But as it stands, God of Shiny continuing at least his frags only for a brief moment, though, as Silence does get rid of him in a very spectacular way through the long hallway. And Obsession are now starting to get a little bit more mobile, starting to move around a little bit more, trying to avoid those direct confrontations against the Strape players. And I say that this has been an absolute shutdown.
Has Oblivion last alive against 4. It should be Obsession taking the first round of overtime. Whether or not it will play out that way, we'll have to see. Maybe a miracle 1 versus 4 clutch where they all just run at him while also facing backwards. Who knows? I would have been more favourable, I think, if it was the LMGE in play.
Yeah, look, it definitely poses for quite a question because LMG here would have made up the life a whole lot easier, you know, all intents and purposes. But maybe just not yet. Certainly, looking at it all, 1 by 1, Bolivian would have done some rather vile things to the opposition. So right now, looking at it all, nearly had the swing, but JLucky does wrap it all up. So in overtime, Obsession are once again leading, but now they will have to go into the attack. They did manage to win out 2 rounds, but it was done off the back of just, well, off a Strape having a bit of a problem in finding sort of the right footing. So going into this one, I'm expecting a 7-7 for us to go full overtime.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Into what could be either the final round of the half or the penultimate round. Oh, I say the half. Overtime, the half, same thing really. But Obsession take a very solid round. They don't waste their opportunities, but we do see Godashadi going back to what he started this map out on, which is that Maestro with the ACS-12. And he was deadly with it.
I mean, he has been swapping around between the Maestro ACS and the Azami. Both of these operators absolutely deadly in the right hands, and I mean, with the way how we're seeing sort of a Strape looking to set up, at least in terms of their operator picks, it seems to be very much hunkered down. Not as much of a mobility as one would have usually expected from this sort of defense, especially for the kitchen dining. So, take it as how you want it, but yeah, look, once the actual pushes will start coming around, things could get a little bit more problematic purely for the fact that this is a roster of operators that, generally speaking, doesn't have a whole lot of mobility at all.
Well, 2 players already having taken some damage from his Strape. I don't know if that was accidental or whatever. Right now, though, this is a dangerous spot for a Strape to be in. Backs against the wall. I hope that they have what it takes to take us a little bit deeper, maybe.
Very much so. Already in comes the push from Silence. He has been trying to get it to his sort of general swing of things, but right now getting a little bit like hesitant on where does he want to push up, where does he want to push. Does actually get rid of the Surya Gate with his Gemini replicator. Manages to actually possibly open up the pushing point. Now still the concern of the console really playing behind one of the reinforced walls could be providing a lot of problems and a lot of issues. Now just deciding to just completely get posted up right at the double doorway. Don't actually let him build the frag on Silence somehow.
That's exactly it. Obsession though. Bolivian down. This could be rough. Godashani, what a headshot on the Roldini. Impact's going out. Lifeline. No idea what the play is, but they've cut through. They're above the site for the most part. Phenom going deep towards the bathroom. Refires there. So there's going to be a bit of a contest between him and Phenom, who has in fact escaped that breadstick Cthulhu. Doing rather well, but JLucky, the pings, the finisher there. Phenom may end this map with only 2 kills to his name.
It really does look like it, but 3-3 is still very much a workable situation. Plus, on top of it, only 43 seconds to really work with and have to clear out 2 very difficult to dig up positions unless it is a very well-organized push. Still waffling around the top floor. Master Bedroom Obsession don't have the luxury of time. They have to stop pushing here. They have to stop pressuring their opponents here. Otherwise, the Strape will be basically handed in the win on a silver plate. Zephyr trying to make a play out of all of this. He's going to try to punch up the gas grenade. In fact, he does push Stern on through it. JLucky gets the better of Keith. More frags remaining. 10 seconds. They need to swing. Shogun wins. Shogun wins twice. This Pig G is the one to wrap it all up. 7-7, Blue Panda.
Final round, maximum OT on the cards, Cthulhu. We are going the full distance here on Chalet. And again, off a round like that, it can be a bit hard to call. Seeing as, you know, that has been a rather unfortunate run for both teams, in all honesty.
Yeah. It certainly has been quite a saddening, quite an unfortunate run. Well, not saddening. Sorry, wrong wording. A rather bumpy road. Let's call it that for both rosters, Obsession and Strape, struggling to find sort of their own sort of strides, their own consistency on either one of the sides. Although proven that the defense has been a really solid sort of point of contention for themselves, and they are able to hold on to it pretty well. But with Obsession now going into the defense, this is the penultimate round. This is the one that will be the one decided.
We already played the penultimate.
No, sorry,
penultimate,
not the penultimate.
second to last. Yeah,
second to last. Yeah, thank you.
Please, for the love of God, no more. This has to be the last one. Look, no more.
Secondary language moment for myself, honestly. That's my bad. But yes, the ultimate round, the one that will be deciding, well, the fate of either one of these rosters. At the very least, though, both of them can really come out of this at least saying that, well, we managed to score at least a point.
You take at the end of the day, whether it's the 2 or the 1, we'll have to see. God is shiny though, running the fuse once again, which we saw in their attacking half. But both teams have done reasonably well.
Oh yeah, very much.
I'm honestly, part of me is expecting this to come down to the clutch. It's going to come down to a 1v1 more than likely.
It probably will, all things considered. Very much looking forward to who will be that sort of clutch person. Looking at the setups, though, I mean, you'll look at so many matching numbers. I mean, J-Lucky, 10-10. Silence, 11-11. Canon, 10-10. We've been thinking that we play that the whole roster of Obsession is just made out of, you know, the not the clones, but the identical twins of almost each other. The way how they've been playing.
Go on, Big G looking to get this wall opened up. They can start getting in and above and threaten onto the site. And have a bit of a tall task of it, of course, though, because they will be meet resistance along the way. The Artilla Claw, I think they redeployed it to try and counter. Maybe too little too late, especially with God is shiny here. If you can get those fuse charges in above the site, they can get quite deadly.
Indeed. With already the first one to fall, Roldini. Yeah, getting the better of God is shiny, the person that has been trying to push the team as much as he can. Him, alongside with Bolivian, alongside with G. One of the 3 big players now falling for a Strape. The plant still could happen, and it still could very much be, you know, the case here for the last moment clutch. 50 seconds on the board. It's time for the action.
They're on that utility wall open. They need to make the execute onto the site. And they've got a couple of smokes. They need to make the work, though. Question being, do they have the utility to clear out the other utility deniers? I know in OMPs, Bolivian's dead. Starting on the jobs. If it goes down, a Strape about to crumble under the pressure. Frag grenade there. Big G out in double door. Can't go in. Silence drop. This might be the comeback with 20 seconds remaining to health bars as they are for a Strape. Bleak prospect. Just a couple of stray bullets will be enough. Big G looking for the blind. 10 seconds remaining. J Lucky dropping Phenom. It's just the 2 players remaining, cutting through the side.
Oh no!
Big G gone. No plant. Phenom and Obsession will avoid bottom of the leaderboard. Cthulhu, unfortunately, a Strape cannot say the same.
Yeah, for Strape, this is a rather tilting result at the end of it all. Even just how close they pushed, how close they to get themselves rolling, and the end being like this. Well, yeah, that is a saddening sort of result for them. Or at least they do get themselves to that 1 point, which I'm pretty sure is already an improvement, because let me quickly check the standings. For the last time, it was 0 points last time.
Yeah, 0-13.
0-14.
14. Close enough. No, 13. This is 18.
14.
Surely.
In play days.
Whatever.
For 7 weeks.
Hey, who cares? They lost. They didn't pick up a single win. There you go. There you can see how the map played out. 8-7, 15 rounds of mayhem on Chalet. With Obsession walking away the victors. Make sure you get your hashtag quality shots in chats because we're probably about to roll another giveaway. So if you want your chance at getting in on it and getting the prize, make sure you're there. You're vocal. You've got it typed out and in chat because you don't want to be holding that till later. You miss out on the opportunities. You miss out on the prize. So, I mean, so far it's been a bit of a spectacle, as you would come to expect. A bit of Ops League. They like the chaos. They thrive in the disassociation, and they just seem to. It seems to empower them almost.
Certainly it does. I mean, thriving all across. Bringing in that chaos all across the board certainly is one heck of a way to really keep it rolling. But look, congratulations to Obsession. They do manage to run away with the 2-pointer. Unfortunately, that doesn't really do as much impact onto the leaderboard, apart from just them being separated by 1 point and only 1 point behind set of players and set of teams. As I believe, looking at the current standings, it is currently Varianx and I want to say Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, Gaming Gladiators that are currently still sitting on 6th and 5th position. So, look, well done to Obsession regardless. They managed to finally get off the board, but it definitely was one of those very peculiar matches.
Look, it was. It definitely was. It was a rather interesting one, but also, you know what else is interesting? Match 3 of the day. It's going to be Fury versus Elevate when we come back after the break, and that is a big battle. A showdown from Apex South coming up for map 3 of the day. We'll see you back very, very soon for that.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Is that a key on your jugular?
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Halfway done through the evening here in the Operations League Southeast Asia Autumn Cup Cthulhu. Our next match, it is the Thai Derby, of course. Fury versus Elevate, an APAC South showdown that has been brewing all of Stage 3, ready to go. Fury, their flawless run is in jeopardy against one of the most successful APAC South teams ever.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be definitely one of those very, very tightly played, I reckon, matches, given that on one hand you have Elevate that, look, up until now had a bit of a questionable sort of turnout where they still are a very powerful teams by all means. But certain rounds, certain plays didn't pan out as much as they wanted before. And so matches like, the Elevate versus Variance on Bank happened, where it was a 7-5. The fact that they lost to Direwolves, who, arguably, let's call it now, hacking still very convincing, despite, occasional trolling here and there with the pistols. And even against GG, look, yeah, Oregon that one is probably one of the ones to actually be called the dominant run from. So going in here against Fury, who has been seeing a very stellar performance by all sorts of ways of gauging so far, at least in terms of OPL, the favor somewhat leans towards Fury here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the momentum of the competition. Yeah, to an extent. I mean, it's not like that they've been uncontestable throughout the entirety of this stage. No, it's not the case at all. But they've proven that they are a roster on the rise and one that should be taken just as seriously as the rest in the competition. In Apex South at the moment, I mean, you look at the standings, Elevate Fury top 2 at the moment, 2 points separating them with Elevate in first. And this matchup going to be a big one as well. Precursor for this next APAC Playday as well, where they will face off again.
Very much so. Look, I'm excited for this one because this could serve us as a really good sort of, I guess, taster as to what could happen should we go closer to the, or rather, once we go closer to the playoffs bracket, where both of those teams could very much clash, and I would be very much surprised if either one of those would be absent in the playoffs. But yeah, look, this is going to be a very fun one. I definitely reckon this is where we could see a whole lot of intricacy, but at the same time, it could be one of those maps where we could see an absolute just frag fest for literally zero reason whatsoever, whether it's going to be based off of the map pick or whether it is going to be based off of the strat setup and both teams attempting to, you know, get experimental. But I mean, you look at the Fury roster. It is a team that knows exactly when to go, you know, dial down, dial back, and sort of reevaluate their plays mid-round. And the same team that could go absolutely at the start of the round, us talking about their intricacy, but throw it all completely out into the bin and go for the spawn peaks. Cough, cough, I9 in the last bank game. So, going into this very matchup, look, I am expecting everything and anything, really, from either one of those rosters because they are one of the few ones, almost borderline, you could call it a rare breed of teams, where they're able to both full send and go full on, you know, methodical about it.
Well, you know what I'm expecting? It is that map veto, of course, to figure out where we are going. I doubt we're going to see something like the bank coming through. I think that would be dangerous for both these teams. I do get the feeling, though, we are going to lean something that probably a little bit more strategically intensive, not quite as free-flowing. And Theme Park, yeah, it leans into that just a little bit. It is quite an expansive map. You need to be quite comfortable on your roam, on your lurk, on both sides of that card. You need to be coming in with a game plan, Cthulhu. If you had to call it one way or the other, who do you think this one favors that much more?
Oh, I'm a little bit on the fence here, I'll be honest here, Panda, because this is the map where Elevate lost to Direwolves. It was a trade of the 5-1 halves, let's be honest, and so it was only one out in the overtime. I'd probably for Fury backing here. I completely even forgot what was the original prediction because we just did it a few days ago. And look, everyone knows Cast only works up until, you know, the de facto match. But look, I'd say probably here we could see, you know, Fury continue their run if and only if
I9's chilling.
They are mentally ready.
Yeah, I think I9's mentally ready. He's chilling, legs are up on the desk. He's feeling absolutely fine at the minute, Cthulhu. He's got the RGB jandals on from the looks of things. It's in his blood, it's in his DNA. The RGB flows strong.
The RGB is
in
there.
The Fury roster.
He is the RGB.
Kingston Fury RGB. Maybe that's the sponsor that they need right now, though. I mean, Fury, they've got all the momentum in this competition. They've been playing some phenomenal Siege. Elevate also coming off the back of the, you know, post-land debuff. Maybe there is a possibility that Fury come in and they just had a little bit more prep today.
Yeah, look, very much so. I mean, for Elevate, you know, despite us roasting them and saying that they had a rough run, can't really, fault them for still being able to, close out for the majority of their matches. Minus, again, the Direwolves one, but even that went almost full extent. So, whilst yes, they are currently not on the very top position, only third place, but despite, regardless of who do we give our preference to in terms of the predictions, I say Panda, this is going to be a very, very strong sort of matchup where, look, either one of these teams could easily come out with a win.
And we all sort of leaned the way of Elevate, if I remember correctly, which aren't a bit understandable. Historical references, historical results. Elevate would be the safe bet, but Fury are seemingly this scrappy little underdog in the competition, this wild card, so to speak. Not the wild card, a wild card. So, I mean, there is every possibility that they come in and, again, I wouldn't even call it an upset. I just come in and take the win.
Yeah, look, this is one of the few matches that neither of its winning would be called an upset here, because with Fury, the way how seriously they've been approaching their play in terms of at least trying to variate the sort of the performance, their strategies, their play styles. This has to be noted that they've been very proactive in terms of just throwing continuous spanners in the works left, right, and center. So actually, now that I'm starting to think, yes, Elevate did manage to win. Yeah, they're all good. They had a slightly wonky some of the plays, but what if? Just as sort of a theory to throw out there, we kind of were not putting just about enough of that sort of effort into some of their games. Again, they didn't want to obviously reveal too many things. Now going in against Fury, an actually formidable opponent, what are the odds that they just say, okay, well, let's actually take a quick cheeky dip into the strat book, whip out some absolutely vile stuff, get a dub, and then get to, enjoying ourselves in OPL. What stops them from doing that?
I mean, not much. It's really just, coming on the day, depending on how you feel, how much do you want to commit to a matchup. You just want to blow it out of the water, get it over and done nice and quickly, of course, but we should be getting into our map in just a moment. So I'm excited. Fury, Elevate, Theme Park. It's not a matchup that we get to see all too often, given that you look at Apex South, best of one format, same with Ops League until you get to playoffs. So quite often we go with the staple maps, and seeing something like a Theme Park makes for an exciting time.
Oh yeah, Park absolutely 110% will be a very exciting prospect for us to watch, regardless of what is going to be, or rather which team will be the winning one, because it is going to generate absolutely the most chaotic rounds and most chaotic results for a fair while. Mark is already out here just, he's living in the dreamland, it seems, already.
He's gone on a trip in his favorite
He's gone on
ship.
a trip. That's the one. That's the one.
And he's entering the void slowly. And
being consumed by it and then fitting back out of it.
Yeah, the R is taking over.
Oh.
Yeah. But I mean, look, obviously Elevate not playing in the gaming house anymore, it would seem. Obviously, we've become used to seeing them with the murals on the wall, all the rest of it in the background, but not to be at the moment, it seems.
Oh, well. Hopefully we will get
Although, to be fair, it could be just a case if they've gone home to visit family, so...
Yeah, could be that. Could be that. Getting to chill in the family environment, given that they're all still very young players, so getting the family buff certainly is a very worth time. Get a little bit of a chill from the quote-unquote the general work. But look, yeah, for Elevate, I'd be very much excited to see them, get fully serious, get fully proactive about their play, and I reckon that we've seen already even on Nigiri, get a little bit more, a little bit goofy during the player camps. Certainly, the morale is there. I doubt that there's going to be any sort of morale or chalking problems in terms of this very matchup, unless we get to, you know, full overtime down to like the very last sort of moment, the very last clutch.
Yeah, it's the case of the Monty ban immediately from Fury. That seems, Cthulhu, that someone has in fact done their homework into this matchup, knowing full well that there has been a decent amount of Monty played as of late.
Yeah, the Monty has sort of very quietly sort of slotted himself into this season's meta, oddly enough, which is a very sort of funny thing to say, because for a fair while, usually you look at the shield pick, sort of look at it, would you do that? It doesn't really give you, a whole lot of firepower, because for such a long while, firepower has been the talking point within the competitive Siege, and now with Monty, with Blitz even then, and Clash obviously making their way into the meta with the way how much pressure you can just put it in, and how much mobility, not mobility, how much flexibility in terms of the secondary gadgets as well that have been introduced into Siege ever since then. Shield operators have become a very strong entity in the right hands. And I mean, remembering even, the maestro of the shields himself, Lunametal, now the coach of Nuts, he has been a nightmare to deal with. You see him pick the Monty, you know the other team messed up.
Yeah. It makes for a bad time. It makes for a truly awful time. So important. So the strats already starting to show.
Yeah. Capcom strats, look, I welcome them. As much as for some people they look or feel cheesy, I very much welcome them. Not even because of the the nationality bias. It's purely for the fact that it bears such a lot of heft, such a lot of weight on it, with you being able to juggle all of those traps, to be able to consistently be unpredictable. And it almost feels to a certain degree like almost like when I see this, we talk about art, we talk about the runouts as well. Unfortunately for Hajj, at the net a whole lot of return.
Yeah, no, he takes some damage, backs himself off. Again, no Thunderbird, which seems to be that consistent thing that we are seeing. She's sort of fallen right out of favour. Only a few niche setups, but only Geary, the MK14 EBR in hand, still holds the SI kill record with that gun for the most part. You know for a fact that Elevator coming in with some heat.
The heat as well. Quite a fair bit going towards Hajime, who just decides for the better of it to just back out. Look, I'd probably rather not really contest any of that mess. But in saying so, with this amount of just firepower, a very precise firepower, mind you, as well. It wasn't just mindless sort of spraying. They knew exactly where to start on pre-firing, nearly connected the shots onto the head of the Capcan as well. This forced that initial contention out and away from them, granting them that entry into the cash office, then the office showers, and so on and so forth, with I9 gone as well. On Nigiri opens up the scoreline, now also gaining control of the Gong Room, which is one step to gaining that control over the site.
Exactly it. Let me see. No smokes in place, so they haven't really got much of a loss there from the side of I9, but for the EMP set up like Cole is finding DCH, no more Nook. The remainder. We've seen how big a Nook can be. Look at them hunting, they've got the avenue open into the site and all, but there's just nothing they can really do about it.
Exactly. They could attempt to try to hold a fair few of those angles, but the longer they hold the same position, the more it feels like they corner themselves into just more and more problems. With the way how scarce as well the Fury players are, exactly this happens. Elevate just flooded onto each one of the positions. They have been doing a phenomenal job at just scouting each one of the spots. And that isolation comes in at a very, very quick pace, something that not a lot of teams have been able to even remotely get close to subduing in any shape or form. So, well, they just returning back to their old form. This is them fully awoken.
It right now. Mr. Punch going to work above, opening things up. BG Man hits the 180. Unfortunately, he's traded back out like Hollis for a triple. Him and Mr. Punch. 6 seconds left. All he's got to do is connect with the shotgun. SMG 11 in hand. Does he know? Mr. Punch! No, he's got no time!
Oh, no.
Fury had no right to the round, but they get it anyway.
All right. That's one hell of a way to kick for round number 1, Panda. The round that I was, personally expecting Elevate to, come out swinging and win. Well, they did come out swinging. It was a really well executed, well pushed round. But unfortunately for them, it's just they didn't realize just how little time they had by the end of it. All of the holds amidst all of the clear outs, and I guess to a certain degree that was really the plan by Fury. Just whilst yes, they were all scarce and all kind of separated from each other, each one of the positions required for Elevate to really, scout them out, dedicate quite a fair bit of time, play for the numbers over match. That's exactly where it all sort of came together. So, well done by Fury, although not the most conventional ways of winning it, but it was when you're playing against the caliber of your opponents that is the Elevate roster, take it any time of the day, honestly.
10 seconds remaining.
From Apex South to make it out of pools, and how long now? Almost 3-4 years. It's a pretty big thing.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
If they can keep that, if they can make sure that they start this, dynasty for themselves out of the APAC region, this could be huge. Unfortunately, a fumble like that can be a bit of a stumbling block.
Yeah, well, maybe it could be a bit of a stumbling block. Certainly wouldn't put it past, but again, if it was something along the lines of, Varian X against something like maybe Champion, I would think that it could, have this sort of extent, at least this sort of effect in the early stages. I probably would fully agree with you, but when it's between Elevate and Fury, I would be a little bit more doubtful towards how much of a genuine sort of impact the first round would go. Although, yeah, frustration.
I'm not expecting it to derail the train entirely, but it's enough to shake it a little bit. And
it
maybe
definitely is enough.
Lose some of the momentum, especially with Hajime hitting shots like that.
Yeah, that was a very crispy one from Hajime. But we keep on bringing for here. K14 ABI, definitely not the best sort of start, but so it can be for Sapper, who's just about to go in swinging already with the R4C.
It's also a lot of your scouting gone as well. Oh, never mind. Like Colas, where you're looking off into the void. Now, unfortunately, is part of the void. And Dark going to bring it back with the kill onto DCH. They've lost so much scouting and they've lost so much utility. The defense power of Hajime and his Fury roster on Theme Park is getting very, very scary for Elevate fans. I9 flings aggressively onto Mark, jiggles the corner. They know where he is. Pretty sure that was shot through the drone hole and out from the arcade balcony. Look, Fury, make it a second.
Very much so, yeah. Fury this time a much more convincing hold from them. Courtesy of Hajime, though, because that triple was rather disgustingly good from him. It is surprising to me how much of a now buff, I guess, the Storms, the Frosts SMG received, including the fact that, well, the suppressor is now one of the best sort of picks now, with the continuing the sort of streak with the scope, plus now having the ability of the vertical grip. It is basically just a slow chugging beam of death, paired with the fact that you cannot see the traces of the rounds anymore either. What stops you from fragging out like Hajime just did? Because that was an absolutely phenomenal sort of turnout for him. As for Elevate, left a little bit confused now. In comes that pick of the Blitz. And we've talked about this when we were, watching the Bank gameplay from Elevate last play day. where this was one of their comp lineups, which they used to sort of break the mold, break the ice. This what it feels to be, because as well, on top of the Ying as well, and if they're not going full send, they're trolling.
Basically. And yeah, you kind of do that full all-out send onto the site. Smash grab, but I9 just grabbed the window. He's outside, and Mark is gone. That's unfortunate, and we've seen it from him already. We saw it from him last night. The fact that Elevate haven't anticipated that sort of thing is on them, really.
Yeah. Well, they usually, the way how they seem to have tried to force some of the plays with those sort of lineups is the fact that they just, oh my lord, they tried to break the ice, tried to be unusual plays. I say that jump in. What in the heck was that?
Successful ish, kinda, not quite.
Oh,
but BG Man is back up. No, you got Lycolis back up rather than, unfortunately, BG Man lost his life. Hajime though, we've seen him do work with it, and Lycolis around the corner is suppressed. 9 mil goes out, but the Candela's the response. Somehow we've still got a minute 40 to play, and there's only 4 players alive in the server. More Candela's out. Lycolis on a DC8 Sapper. Fury are about to take this with a 3-0 lead. You can see both Fury players have backed off for the moment, playing a little bit safer. Knowing full well that they have the advantage in the situation. Ping's coming through, so they do have something to work. This is the side of Elevate. Now going to be hunting Sapper. You can hear shots going off from that shotgun of Lycolis. This is just... Oh, Hajime. Oh, Hajime. Opportunity presented itself. They've got to play for the numbers. They need to dual swing this right now if they want the chance to get the kill. Sapper going to try and bait it out with the plant.
He is patient.
He's playing this right. And that smoke cover, Sapper. He might have just done it here, but no! Initiation is such a horrendous sight for this sort of thing. He can't be going for the big break plays. Hajime in trouble, rotating around. Lycolis, where are you? You need to get here now. The 1 versus 1. 40 seconds left. No nitro cell. Lycolis just gonna bide his time. Runs on it. Oh, he baits it out and misses the shot. Oh, this is deadly. The shotgun was all you needed. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Sapper brings around back in favor of Elevate.
It is such a stark contrast looking at the player counts of Elevate and Fury. Fury, despite the loss, they still, all laughing about it, all smiling about it, all it's like, oh yeah, this was good fun. This was a good round. You look at Elevate, it's like, ooh, still a little bit concerned about this sort of turnout. Yes, they managed to score the round, and that is a good way to kick themselves off. But yeah, look, still a round differential here for ourselves between Fury and Elevate in favor of Fury. The theme park, I mean, it feels like such a it's sort of a momentum-based almost map where on so many occasions we would see, those big streaks, 4-2s where it's the 4 rounds in a row. I mean, you look at even the scoring from the very first Playday, where it was 2 5-1 trades where both teams just excelled on the defense. What stops this matchup from being the very same case, where Fury could very much push this, if not 5-1, to 4-2, and then Elevate to perform literally the same performance, push it to 4-2, push it to overtime? I mean, the way how this has been unraveling, the way how Fury been able to pull off some of the more rather unconventional plays, they sort of been almost playing that perfect game of matching Elevate with their pacing.
They have. It's, again, very Apex South, very Southeast Asian, very chaotic throughout the entirety of Theme Park so far. And well, Hajime going to claim first blood, and that is a Mr. Punch here, Nomad, off the board before he could even get in the building. And I could not think of a worse pick to lose this early on.
Yeah. One of the more impactful ones. C4 is out. Unfortunately, does not connect as much as one would have wanted, but instead it's Onigiri that does get felled by I9. Once again, sort of sporting that sort of theory where so far it's just been a very dominant, very confident probably the right word here from Fury, the way how they've been performing themselves, at least on the defense. Attack, though, yeah, look, I think for Elevate, the way how they've been sort of looking between sort of their play days between some of the lower end teams and higher end teams is just the ability to adjust sort of on the go has been a little bit of a process where sometimes they would just play just, you know, for the heck of it, like almost, I wouldn't dare to say ranked style like Calm, but it's a whole lot more relaxed sort of setup for themselves. And then you have matches against teams like Fury where you have to be a little bit more serious, but when Fury really take you serious, basically going for the mount, spawn peaks, you name it, it is extremely difficult to really find the right pacing here for them, and I cannot blame Elevate here in any shape or form.
I wouldn't even put it down to the fact that it's not the case of them taking it seriously. I think it's just they are trying to get under Elevate's skin. I swear I've said that exact same sentence last season. They just lean into the chaos, try and catch their opponents off guard, and we've seen how well it can work.
Ooh. Once again, the impact tricks do start coming around. Mark trying his best to get the breach going as Dark gets the better of Sap already. It's all down to DCH and Mark to try to have any sort of leverage in this round, but as it stands, it's all just being futile, all for nothing as, yep, that's the Thermite falls just on an absolute ripper, and all down to DCH to try to do anything here, because at this point with 20 hitting, and the only thing he can do is try to farm up the frags, but even that is being denied when Fury are able to just keep confidently swings and just keep on holding those angles. Wait, what? Huh? How's that shot even connected? It is what it is, though. But yes, you are correct. Elevate,
Mark
though, with the timeout now coming in.
Elevate, up struggle street, without a paddle. 3-1 lead for Fury, so even if they bomb the rest of the half, they've got 3 rounds to play with. But honestly, I think the likelihood is we're going to see 2-4-2 half straight, we're going to go to overtime, and that'll be that, I suppose.
Yeah, man, look, I gotta say, it has been a very interesting dynamic. Interesting, though, purely for the fact that this is sort of, you look at Elevate, they're able, you know, they're not completely fumbling the bag. It's more so just the fact that the moment they adjust to, you know, serious gameplay, they're being met with spawn peaks. They're being met with that initial, with sort of from the get-go aggression that they seem to be struggling to obviously work around with. The moment they adjust for that aggression, it's being very quickly dialed down. So it's almost like, you know, Fury almost toying with their opponent right now, toying with the fact that, hey guys, oh, you want serious gameplay? No, you don't get it. Oh, now you adjust to the serious gameplay. Now you want to, you know, go all out fragging. No, we are going to be the ones to dictate how you push, how you play the pace. Which is something that not a whole lot of teams can really boast. At least the way how we see it, like from the viewer's perspective. Fury has been able to play both sides of the coin, where they are the aggressive, and yes, it bites back at them a few times. I mean, we've seen Onigiri nearly get himself a triple lineup, but on some of the occasions, they play just for the push, just for the mistakes of their opponents, and it's been working phenomenally.
It has. Whether it will continue to do so, though, is a different matter. Going into it, we see the Goyo coming in for the second to last round of the half, rather. And a Capital. I was going to say Capcan, but no, that's not right. Capital coming in, so a lot of fire explosives available. Harjin, mate! What's an opportunity? But neither player able to hit their shots and connect.
Like disconnecting, it is all nice and empty. Well, almost connecting. At least they spook off the initial push. And see straight away the rotation to come around from towards the cafeteria and under the cafeteria. Plus as well potential just drone out around the actual hatch itself, right above the vending machines. which in the nick of time could provide it either as a good distraction point or as a quick drop point to sort of add yet another position to play around. Sapper very much lucky to be able to survive this sort of play.
You're just manhandling Elevate right now. Onigiri taking some punishment. Mark taking some punishment. Shots on. Hajime finally forced off this angle. Not able to contest it as much as he really would have wanted to in that situation. But you make do. You move forward. And as that attempt to move forward has been stalled out for Elevate, they make do with what ground they have to try and get themselves into the building.
Moving the shield.
And that little bit deeper, they've got to clear out some rear gates. They've got shields to deal with. Actually, no. I9 has his shield in hand. He's going to put it down now. And Mark will hear that.
That does give away at least one of the positions. But right now, they make sure that they, get rid of the shield. That was a perfect bait. And I mean, this is what I've been talking about. Yes, Fury can play the aggression, but they get punished very heavily off the back of that. Sapper, a single burst of damage will be the end of him, but with the flashbangs continuing to rain upon him, he will have quite a handful of things to really work around. Pre-aim now at his position, but the smoke comes around as he now gets the window of opportunity to keep on the rotation.
I9 and BG Man to clutch this one up. 25 seconds. So it is very much a case of back to gets the wall. BG Man goes down and missed a punch. It's both of them. Ripper of a timeout translates into a big round. Look at the transfer. Big shots on.
Oof. Lean, crispy positioning and the transfer. Thus in a really quality scoreline. Now we are battling for that, either the 3-3 draw or 4-2 scoreline. Either one of these situations would be still very much workable for both teams. More so probably for Fury if it does end up going into a 4-2 rather than Elevate, but it's yet far from it, as a matter of fact, for both rosters. Team Puck so far has sort of ended up being a very sort of even ground, where both teams were able to really, nail the general sort of momentum. If before, yes, I was saying that it was sort of a game of catch-up between Fury and Elevate, that last round proven to be a really good sort of punishment round from Elevate. They were starting to get a little bit fed up with just the way how things have been generally going. You can see, once again, the very same sort of push that Fury tried to pull off. Funnily enough, on the very same position, that entry into the cafeteria punished off it very heavily. So changes need to be made, first of all, for Fury. More in the sort of mid/late round positioning, other than anything else. Because on the side of it, they're all sitting pretty. I mean, still, I would still say Sapper would be counting his lucky stars for not dying to that C4 whilst holding the shield.
Could have been a vastly different experience. Had that
Absolutely.
Nitro connected. Well, here we go. Elevate, final round of the half on their attack before they head over to the defense, which is, I mean, let's be really honest with ourselves, clearly where things could get very, very scary for Fury. So they are hoping for that 4-2 at the bare minimum, because if they get that, at least it gives them some ground to work with. Otherwise, they will be battling a very, very capable, in fact, probably the most capable Apex South defenses in this competition.
After that, once again, this is a pressure for the cash room. Liking just how, Sapper is just almost dipping his toes in there. He's just kind of just checking if there's going to be any premature shots to come around. This time, finally, he can move into a little bit more of a safe position. No more yet, at least confirmed around the sort of the security room, which opens a great position of power to really play around. Because like, Horse is currently solo positioning. Oh, pardon me, I was about to say solo positioning, but the man that just tags up Sapper to just 1 HP. Any further advancement will be deadly for Osa player.
Yeah, Sapper. They've got two impacts affecting the hands of Dark, so there is a possibility if he lines it up, he should be able to finish it, but I think he's well and truly offside at the minute. And it's only Geary who will likely have to be the one to punch in and open up this site for the team. Mark still killless in the half, unfortunately, on this support role. Getting into the final minute though, getting themselves up for this push. And they've got the utility to do it. Unfortunately, those magnets slowing the process down.
Absolutely, yeah. The magnets certainly not particularly helping the general sort of swing of things. 42 seconds remaining. Elevate might start struggling with the time management here against their opponents in terms of just how so far things been really going. It's been definitely up and down, back and forth, and certainly no real final. Stands 28 seconds to go. We need to see that push. We need to see that action from Elevate if they want to claim this round.
Hajime takes down Onigiri. Back to the 4 versus 4. And this is MK14. Will spot the player. Shots on. DCH goes down. So does Mr. Punch. It's all come together. Fury take the half court 2 on the defense. Now they head to the attack. This is where things really start to ramp up.
Now we do see ourselves in a 4-2 score line, which is, once again, like I mentioned, not the worst, not the best situation for Elevate, but this is something that they would be able to work very convincingly in the coming rounds. With them now on the defense, they could be the ones to be throwing absolute sticks into the wheels of the Fury machine, whereas it's up to Fury to try to innovate here, to try to be a lot more unpredictable and probably force them out of the comfort zone, which will be a very big talking point here for us, I reckon, Panda. The remainder of the game develop here into either a complete turnaround and, well, another 4-2 sort of trade, or Fury might have just been able to deliver that nice 2-round streak, 2-round differential that could be kept up in a very consistent manner.
10 seconds to go.
There is a lot
5 seconds left
on the line at the moment. Fury want to hold on to that undefeated streak as long as possible. So they will be battling hammer and tongs to keep that title theirs, whereas Elevate want to reclaim their rightful place at the top of the leaderboard. And unfortunately, Fury is the ones they have to go through.
And Fury could be the one to just hold the entire Elevate machine, if they do play their cards right, that is. But the other thing to really as well talk about, Panda, is the fact that right now, yes, we were talking about Elevate being the kingmakers, but right now, well, Fury could be also the ones to just make themselves the king. The ones to just say, oh, well, we'll just let ourselves in, we'll just see ourselves to the top of the leaderboard. By all means, they could very much do this right now already. Mark being absent and eliminated out of the remainder up. This is a prime time opportunity to just keep on farming and frag some more of those points as DCH falls as well.
Fury will keep the train rolling here. And you've got the 2 lowest fragging members in the server off the board in Mark and DCH. Collectively, 1 kill, 13 deaths, and 3 assists.
Rough.
Which is it's a brutal stat to be looking at. But unfortunately, in a matchup like this, you got to be looking at the numbers. It tells the story. It explains why we're here currently. Onigiri trying to do what he can. You got some very low players, Hajime and Dark, and BG Man there as well. Collectively, the 3 of them don't even have the full health bar of a single person.
Very much. You're actually, well, we are looking at the 3v5. Theoretically, this could be overturned into a 3v3, if not 3v2, in a very quick manner, in a very quick fashion. So Elevate, apart from being out of the kit, Mr. Punch already is the one to kick it off very, very quickly with one of the players now quickly eliminated, as well as that, the headshot onto BG Man before he falls and gets injured.
Just punch down though. I don't think they can go for a revive. Sapper playing around his yokais, trying to keep the momentum there just that little bit longer. Elevate need to hold fast here if they want to stop bleeding. And they're going to be doing as best they can. Sapper on this drone, 30 seconds now. He's going to go high to the roof. Lycola's taking some damage. Onigiri dead. Lycola's and BG Man bite back in a big way. And it's just Sapper to deny 19 seconds. Bearing 9 out in hand. The stun dump. Lycola's will secure the plant. Fury back themselves off defensive positions, knowing full well that they've got exactly what they needed to done. They can play it smart. They don't have to overextend or over complicate the issue. Fury claimed the first round of the second half as well.
Ish. Fury continuing their sort of momentum here in a rather fascinating way. Of winner over only 2 points for Elevate does not really spell a whole lot of success really to possibly come around from what is still technically considered the top pack team. Losing out in the NAF competition, whilst not a complete tragedy, but it certainly puts a bit of a question not about Elevate's performance and productivity, I reckon, but it certainly for the most of it puts a question about now do we dip into sort of more talent of SEA, of Thailand as well, seeing as it produced already now what seems like two very able rosters that could possibly even in the future both contest on the world stage as well.
Exactly. There is possibilities galore.
5 seconds left.
And I am excited to see just where those possibilities lead.
Attacker's objective is to
The great region of Apex South. Right now, Fury 2 rounds away from keeping things locked down, holding fast their title and not releasing the grip. So I think they're going to be quite happy with that.
Absolutely. Right now, all eyes though are on Fury, 2 rounds away from being able to claim a 3-pointer over Elevate, and that would also be able to solidify the position in the first place. I mean, Panda, this very matchup carries a heavy set of implications here right now for both teams. For Elevate, they might just end up being locked out for quite a prolonged while from being able to score any sort of ability to get to that first place, unless Fury has some sort of a down bad horrendous hiccup further down the line, and until their next matchup against each other will weigh how they are right now.
Yeah, every possibility that this trajectory will carry on. Oh, the Rotero's deep from I-9. It's getting so much info on the back of that explosive drone. I mean, it's simple enough to clear out. Not only they got the Roteros, they've got the shock drones from BG Man as well. So what utility was available should be absolutely murked. Never mind, traded back. Mark finds BG Man Dark in a hell of a lot of trouble. Mark escaping the donut Cthulhu.
My lord. So much of that push is coming around. So much play coming into the swing of things. DCH does, though, finally bite back here as well. BG Man and 99 are all fallen dark. Not particularly looking too crispy either, but Lycolis does get better of Stappa. Another gunfight does erupt. Lycolis unable to find the killing, but certainly looking to still push the limits. Try to find that sort of the cheeky swing as Elevate members are starting to get a little bit more confident about their plays, and for a very good reasoning, as right now DCH is just nailing absolute rippers of a shot.
He was up until a moment ago when Hajime got involved. Speaking of rippers, he's doing much the same. The Bramblethorn's going off as Hajime just does not care. He's got places to be, things to be doing. And Nate out. Lycolis, the one closest to the site at the moment, just going to be setting up base of operations that Hajime can regroup and they can look to make that execute happen. But with 18 seconds left, you see where these defensive players are, just backs against the wall, holding fast right now. Smoke to cover, but no, eaten by an ADS will at least give away some information. 7 seconds, they've got to get on the side. Hajime hits the flick right here. Does he know? Not at all. Mr. Punch gets the kill. Swinging deep. Mark, he's got support there. And unfortunately, it's going to come down to the clock. Elevate will get themselves the 8th round.
All right, Elevate showing that they are very much still able to fight back in full in a very thorough way. Not really letting it slip as much as they did back in the first round, so certainly far from being all over. Initially what we thought what could have been the case, what could have been the play, they're certainly still being very much able to dish out the heat just like they were dealt that very same heat So very much still
Attackers need to locate and defuse
all
bombs. A bomb located by attackers.
as to who will be able to win this out, as to be able to keep on cleaning up this very scoreboard as well. Put it past that. All of a sudden we could see some very clinical scorelines by the end of it, with Elevate sort of returning back to their form after what was quite a bit of a roughened up state that they were finding themselves by the end of the previous round. Or rather, well, the start of the second half. I'm just fumbling the words now everywhere. My bad. But yeah, the way how so far Elevate been going, definitely a good recuperation, especially after the tickle timeout that they did take.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Back with it too, Cthulhu. This run. Not gonna be one that is a free run, obviously. You're gonna have to work for this victory. But as it stands, these rounds are getting closer. And closer.
Closer and closer they do in fact get. I can't really fully predict as to who will be actually be the victor here, even at this sort of scoreline. Yes, Fury has been doing some good job, but after the past round, and a great response from Elevate, the way how they held it all. Good shot though from Lycolis to eliminate Sap again. That is your Wumai gone in the earlier stages of the round as well, so not as many of the Wumai discs will be available into the play, and a lot of the player present in the throne room as well coming around, so that could mean a lot of problem further down the line, which what I'm assuming is a wild DCH on the roam. I9 does find instead, pardon me, that is Onigiri.
It was Onigiri.
Yeah, it was.
Not anymore. No more MK14. Mark punching out his own barbed wire there. So a bit of added security. They've got 3 bulletproof cameras here. That's crazy.
Quite a fair bit of information that could be gained off the back of that, which should be just about enough to provide all the necessary information to be gained for Elevate to know exactly where the push could be happening. On the side of Fury, though, a lot of that information utility will need to be cleared out. DCH playing very up close to the heart, to that storage window. Provide that much-needed window of opportunity for the swing. No, the hatch was actually quite close to being the one to actually find a good momentum switch.
None of those pellets connected from the shotgun either. Oh, the nade!
That is tragic.
Rolls around the corner from I9. He will be traded back, but who cares? 2 versus 4 situation. DCH makes it a 2 versus 3. Being encroached upon, but Dark hits the 360 at the cost of a significant portion of his health. Mark might just be able to mop up here on the Labs defense, but no, Dark pushes Fury onto map point Cthulhu. They are looking to remain undefeated here.
My God. Already securing themselves 1 more point will ensure that this push will be very much memorialized already now in terms of the leaderboard. Already 1 point gained. More is still there up for grabs. With Elevate now all using up their tactical timeout, they'll have to make do with only, well, the mid-round, or rather in between the rounds, sort of break time, to really get the talks going, because I'm looking at a very bleak near future. 6-3 would be also one heck of a storyline to also tell as well, because, you know, both of us expecting a close matchup, you know, full contention, but reality of it being completely polar opposite.
We are 1 round away from all the casters being wrong on the predictions for this matchup.
That is also true, yeah.
Which, look, I take that. Anything to knock you down a peg. Gotta keep you, gotta keep you grounded in reality here, Cthulhu. Predictions aren't everything, you know.
Oh yeah, look, as a one famous, well, somewhat famous caster, it's all in the fantasy league.
Too bad there's no fantasy league.
Sad.
2023, maybe we'll see. We'll have to talk about it. Well, we'll talk to our people. You talk to your people. We'll make it happen. Don't you worry.
We'll make it happen. Yeah, all right, buddy. In reality of things, though, look. I mean, we look at this. I only just now realized. I say look a lot of times. I mean, we are observers for all the right reasons, I suppose. But this is right now a huge opportunity for Fury to put out quite a big statement right now, because up until now, there hasn't been a whole lot of teams that would be able to comfortably keep on contesting Elevate. We kicked it off with, Direwolves pushing it to an overtime win over Elevate. That really de-escalated a whole lot of chances for Elevate to keep getting into that first position in the early stages of the season. Now with Fury on the cusp of possibly yoinking a full 3 away from Elevate. Now that is where problems might start stacking up, and no, not the most favorable turnout for the Red Rebellion, but for Fury, maybe it's the freshest introduction to the skins program is seeming to be giving the buff.
Skin buff indeed. I hope Hajime's using it. Yeah, there he is. And BG Man too. They're both running it. That's it. Right now, I mean, look, it's only a single player deficit. It's I9, unfortunately, but they've got the tools. They've got they've invested Dockerbeat, Jackal, and the Nomad into this approach. Right now, Lycolis, EMP, Impacts, not there. Okay, so it's the bulletproof cameras, in fact. That is what we just heard. So they are trying to deny. Exothermic goes out. Wall gonna pop and straight on in. Player back thrown. Dealt with. Mark just got demolished. Hajime is gonna be traded out. They're looking for the player. There's too many angles to be covering here. Like Colas is gonna look to try and get it down. BG Man and the impact. Onigiri. The Pokeball collects. What a throw. There it goes. Boom.
Boom indeed. Elevate do keep themselves very nicely in the contention here. Fury might be into a little bit of a nasty mental game as well, where they looking at the scoreline, guys were only 1 point away from it, but so close yet so far away is probably the only way to really describe this feeling for themselves. Whereas for Elevate, look, they slowly but surely chugging along. Yes, it was not particularly favorable matchup for them up to this point. They're far from out of this yet. Yes, 2 more rounds in a row that they need to perform flawlessly without losing either of those would ensure that they get themselves into the overtime, meaning, well, more points for themselves, some points denied as well from the Fury's side of things. The other thing to mention, changes coming around from Fury's roster in terms of the operators that they pick. Matter of fact, borderline non-existent really, as the switch is coming around back to Thermite, back to introducing I9 this time onto the Ashe, as I was just saying, and BG Man is the one to take the Flores. So back into a very sort of almost generalized swing of things, as
attackers are moving out to locate
Elevate team could be really sad, but for Elevate, they really, I think they might have just found that sort of round-winning formula in terms of operator picks.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it can keep up, of course. It's transitioning to Bunk Daycare. That site change can be a pretty significant thing. So we'll see if it's enough for Fury to close this map out going into this Bunk Daycare attack.
I think a very peculiar angle. I9 fully acknowledging that the run out could be rather deadly here, all things considered. This time, Onigiri is playing in a much more safer position, where he can really go deck out, where he can really back away from the danger and just sort of play around it, play with his utility as well, because the magnets here would actually complement his spot, as it will be extremely dangerous and difficult to really wedge him completely out of that spot.
Well, there's so much riding on this round right now. It stacks up quite heavily mentally anyway. Lycolis as well, having taken a bit of chip damage. They are just trying to get themselves in a position to be able to contest the site, which is the main thing. But they're looking for that info, trying to... yeah, okay, that was what I was waiting for. Then they get the info on the shield, because that is definitely going to shift how they play this.
It is. Like, Cole is still very much desperate to try to get any sort of traction to get rid of Onigiri, who has been so an absolute thorn in the side. To a certain degree, like, Cole's actually ended up backing himself into a very difficult to work around corner, where he doesn't really have any fallback plan anymore. He needs to have his teammates start assisting him, as only now Onigiri starts taking new damage. The shots, I mean, look at the sheer abundance of damage. Like, Cole is now on a little bit of HP. Dark has been tagged up to half HP. Hajime has been tagged once. This is a desperate time right now for Fury, and because a few more gunfights, their whole run could be very quickly ended here.
Hajime, though, may have given away the game. He could be in a bit of trouble. Looks like this player swinging towards top yellow. DCH finished off like Cole. His fights two and back, but it's answered back by BG Man Dark, trying to catch the tail end of the player in towards the vault. Playing a very tight pixel angle, wants to get himself in through. Knows there's a player there, but loses the gunfight outright. 15 seconds, two players there remaining, Hajime and BG Man. And Hajime, you can see he's kind of corralled here in this position. BG Man falls. Zulu. We might go the full distance here.
Fury definitely hitting a bit of a struggle town here. Will be a rather almost confusing sort of situation for them. Currently just looking back at this sort of round, thinking, well, what? How did we fumble this? How did we let this sort of keep on slipping on? Because now with only 1 point separating us from a 3 full pointer and an overtime, surely there has to be some sort of questions to be asked about, well, how do we remedy this? Where do we get to see the tactical timeout to come around? Surely for Fury, this would have been the point to try to do this, Panda. Surely this is where we could see them put the foot down, say, okay, well, we're still in the contention. Let us reset, breathe in, breathe out, and then get back into the swing of things.
Exactly. But one round, I mean, this could end in regulation time. It could go to overtime. It'd be our second overtime of the night too.
10 seconds left.
It all squarely rests on the shoulders of Fury, who are currently looking to bring in an Armaru.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I'm not too sure how I feel about that Amaru pick. Brian 9, it seems like a viable sort of idea, given that he has been, playing on a few occasions with those very aggressive sort of picks, whether it's, spawn peeking with the Warden, whether it's, going for some of the more outrageous runouts with somebody like even Legion. I believe we saw him a couple times. Feels almost conflicting, where I would see Fury do this sort of pick against some of the lower end teams. Against Elevate, this feels almost like just an attempt to sort of desperately break the mold. I say this though, it works perfectly here.
It's a big opening pick. Cutting down some momentum. Dapper now on the hunt to try and regain some ground this team just lost. But look at the positioning. The fact that they were able to get in, find that first kill, blow things wide open, of course, and put Elevate on the back foot now, and Sapper is just absolutely flummoxed as to where this Arboru has suddenly gone. Knowing full well that his teammate Mark died not only a moment ago. And what a shot, Dark. Overplays his hand, the trade back. This is exactly what Fury can do. They've got the numbers advantage. They can just play trades here.
Play trades, play overmatch. Yeah, this is exactly the perfect setup that they wanted. Now as well, playing off the back of the Retero drones as well, they could do even more damage to the utility game, which could be absolutely phenomenal here. With a minute and a half to go as well, plenty of time to be utilized as well on top of it all. So this is a great position that Fury find themselves in, but now they can't let it really get to their heads just yet. They can't really let this slip, because just how easily they were able to take the advantage, this could be taken away from them very, very quickly.
Third angle spotted there, I imagine, by BG Man. So they need to know that this Sapper position could be very, very scary. Drops the goo mine through the hole in the floor. Things coming out. So it is going to be a bit of a stun dump. Maybe he just sends it through that main drug window. He is going to pop the barricade. We're into the final 45 though. And oh, look at that, like Collar said for TCH. I9 getting shots on to Mr. Punch as well. BG Man on the plant. This is huge. Just juggling around the doorway. And this should be Fury looking to claim the victory and keep the crown solely in their hands, Cthulhu. Mr. Punch has got no health. He's done. Lycolas for the triple. Zap is above. He's got limited time to get down and get involved with 4 kills needed to be found. They would have to just funnel him. Right, looking for that. Zapper in trouble. They know where he is. Player close left as well. Should be walking through the wallbang attempt. They are just marching to victory, and Fury undefeated here in Ops League Southeast Asia Autumn.
My goodness. What a showcase coming out from Fury. And I mean, a 7-5 victory. I've got to say that has to be one of the only one of the matchup that it's just been an absolute heater. That we expected it to get close, and it did in fact get close. Although, almost feels like it was a bit of a sort of a lost opportunity for even there. But look, it is what it is for Elevate. For Fury, though, this is an amazing timeline right now. They are managing to run away with a 3-pointer. With them now, well, they still could be dethroned by Direwolves, and this is sort of, I suppose, big talking point, the next big storyline for us to really talk about, because if not Elevate, they could, or rather play the Kingmakers. It is now Direwolves to really take it all in.
Yeah, and Fury back untouchable in first place for another week, and it's that single point, the single overtime victory that Direwolves had that has cost them this first place, unfortunately, and that is, I mean, that's rough. You can only do what you can do. Make sure you get your hashtags, call your shots in chat, get yourself some R6 credits and a C's pin as well. They look cool, they look clean, as long as you don't open them mint condition. It's about quality, not quantity. For Cthulhu, quantity was not the issue there for Fury.
Oh no, not at all. Quantity was never seemed to have been an issue for them. They managed to hold on to it really, really well. And I mean, definitely it seems like the skin buff came in rather big for themselves. And look, unfortunate turnout for Elevate, but given the second week of Operation League, we are still very much on track to see some even more spicier gameplay.
Well, when we come back after the break, we jump into our final match of the evening to close it out. It is the Gaming Gladiators taking on Champion. See you soon.
Same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction, fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from me. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me.
is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Coming back in ahead of our final match of the night, Cthulhu. We've got the Game of Gladiators taking on Champion. Now, we've had one match go to overtime, one match almost go to overtime. We've had our starter match go the way we sort of expected. Now coming into our final match, Game of Gladiators, the new upstart kings of APAC South coming in. They went to the major, taking on Champion. Champion, how deep do you reckon they can take this?
Honestly, with the way how Champion been really, pushing the envelope, with the way how they were able to take quite a fair few pretty solid games, all things considered, I reckon with the state of Gaming Gladiators being in a rather down bad position, they could really make this a pretty close of a matchup, where we could see something across the lines of a maybe a 7-5, 7-4, if Champion do end up winning. For GG, look, same applies to them. It is looking to be sort of 7-5 regardless of who ends up winning, at least in my eyes, the way how it looks. Because, I don't know, something has been plaguing Gaming Gladiators, as much as say that they're a good and a great team. In terms of their performance, PL things been rather dire. It's probably the only way to really describe this.
Look, it is what it is. Sometimes there is that, situation. We've talked about it coming back from a major. They've had their first international LAN experience. Seeing how that plays out, it is an entirely different environment. Then you got to readjust yourself back to online play. Coming into it, I mean, look, I think realistically in this matchup, they should be the favourite team. They should be quite comfortable going into it. But first, let's have a look at the boys on the Champion squad. Coming in from last year, they just missed out on that opportunity to go to the playoffs, but look at Lebrant, Solotic, Barlord, Powerit, and Crit J, the newest addition. Powerit currently Crit J sitting at a plus 20 here, Cthulhu.
Yeah, Crit J has been absolutely on a ripper, honestly. The way how he's played, the way how he just been able to push quite a fair few in his team's favor, he's been definitely a phenomenal addition to the Champions roster. Whereas you look at the Gaming Gladiators, for the most of it has been the same roster, but you look at Super Zaddy, who's been the newest addition to the Gaming Gladiators, and so far for him, he hasn't really gotten to really unveil his full potential in terms of how he plays, and the rest of the team really synergizes, which sort of begs for a bit of a question as to, well, is it just sort of a pick, or rather an addition for Gaming Gladiators in terms of just there to support them, to allow the rest of the roster to perform in terms of the frags, or is it just more so just they want to have another person for just a better overall chemistry, and maybe they're just developing that very thing right about now?
Yeah, I mean, not at all wrong coming into this. Like you said, I think there's something hasn't quite clicked coming back from that major. Despite, Hoven still putting up numbers, Tolji still putting up numbers, game and have felt a bit flat. But, I mean, the reality is, unfortunately, coming to the close of the year, there's all, other commitments that people have that get in the way. Going into our map vetoes, though, Cthulhu, we are going to be going back to something a little bit more basic, of course. Oregon on the horizon.
Very much so. Keeping it simple between the two rosters, and for all the right reasons. I mean, Oregon is one of those maps that it's just fun to. Well, I say fun. It's fun to frag out on. There's not a whole lot of innovation to be brought on board, unless you want to try to get funky with Grim. But even then, they would require basically to rearrange nearly the whole lineup of the match. And certainly, this is they really try to break the mold, try to just be a little bit more, funky with some of the plays, or better yet, just go for your by-the-book sort of play. Champion, this is going to be the ideal sort of scenario, whereas Gladiators, they would want to curb all of that aggression that Champion could really, because that has been sort of the big sort of signature point for Champion, where they, if it's not the strategy, it is the aggression that they drive out on.
That's exactly it. And I mean, there is a lot that could come into this. It's a map that has sort of been done to death strategically, so there is only so much innovation that we are seeing recently in the competition as to what teams will be bringing to a map like this. You can see it on your screen, the champion crew there. I mean, smiles across the board. They're chatting, getting themselves ready to come into this matchup. Last season, remember, they did just miss out. It came down to that tiebreaker. They were tied on points, unfortunately, with, I want to say it was Fury, but looking for that at the moment is just too much effort right now at 3:40 in the morning here in New Zealand. So I'm going to say it was Fury. I could be wrong. It is what it is. But
I'll look it up for you.
Yeah, I know for a fact they missed out on the head-to-head. So they were
it was
last year. Yeah, cool.
It was Fury. It was Fury by 6 rounds that they missed out as well in the tiebreaker.
That's the one. See, I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I never doubted that. I was just more so thinking that maybe the sleep deprivation would certainly make you a little bit more sort of
Yeah, well,
Daisy.
Deprivation can wait. We've got a game of Siege to play. Champion starting out in the attack game, and Gladiators kicking it on the defense here in Oregon into the ban phase, of course. Up first, no surprises there.
Yeah, no, very much so. I mean, Nook has been one of those sort of staple operator picks that if you allow her to be present in the pick phase, she will be picked very frequently. The sheer ability to be able to sneak up on the flank, to be able to dislodge quite a number of the positions, just does almost way too much damage sometimes. And it's kind of fun, and it's quite cool to see teams fully starting to acknowledge some of the other operators now that Thatcher is not as much of a prominent ban because with the impact EMPs now being present in the game. You are starting to look towards, just going more so just taking out the inconveniences, the ability to, be flexible, the ability to be able to reshape the battlefield. Same goes for Azami as well. Her on Oregon, she could do quite a fair few rather disgusting lineups. Matter of fact, each and every map is basically her playground for the take.
Yeah, Azami and Valkyrie to round out. I mean, Azami, like you said, such an impactful operator in the way that she can, I suppose, impact the environment around her. Valkyrie, so much information gathering potential. But look, I don't think there are any crazy operators that have been left up. I mean, you look at Kate on the defense, but Thatcher is available on the attack. You've also got the impact EMPs. There's nothing that I'm seeing here that is available that would make me go, oh, they've made a mistake in the setup. So it is as you would expect as we hit the door.
Very much so. Yeah, dorms should be an interesting sort of site to really watch play out. You look at the lineup of GG, there's nothing really, too fancy about it. You see the introduction of still a Rooney, you still have the Smoke, the Mute, the Jaeger. The only thing that probably just you swap in and out is maybe, I don't know, something across the lines of Mute, then you sort of back him up with Wamai instead. But it's more so just at this point, it's a preference game. Which you look at Champion, I mean, that is a drastic change of the operator lineup.
Yeah, they're looking for the hard hit.
That is a very... Yeah, this is a hard-hitting lineup and a very almost rush-heavy.
Yeah,
look at what Power Red is bringing. And, oh no. And Power Red is bringing in the 612.
I am imagining at the moment... I mean, you got your two options. Either this is a double window hit, or they are going straight in through that game's window. Surely.
It could be the possibility. Surely it could be also the double window push. That was in double window, get the plant, but there's also the risk of the C4, probably.
Yeah. Actually, no. Hoban's down in the basement. That's the thing. So I don't know if he'd be able to get there in time. Look at them. Look at the little rats crouch walking up to the double window. Filthy. Absolutely filthy from the side of the champion crew. Get the window open. Pop it. There we go. Labyrinth, the man on the job. We'll get the shots out. The barricade comes apart. Interesting. So it is going to be an attic hit, it would seem. Candela's out. It's going to be a multi-hit. What is going on? They just hit it in through everywhere. Power it. He got one. Solonic got one as well. Labyrinth on the part. Varlord for a third.
C4.
They absolutely dismantled it. The C4 does tonight. Out of Hoven. He's come up white. It's a 3 versus 2. They've joined up. Oh my lord, look at that. He's got control. He's got control. It's Hoven for 3. What is this, Cthulhu? What is this?
Ooh.
Take that. Oh my god.
Julian as well. With the way how he just played it all out, it was perfect. And, well, unfortunate that didn't score. Pardon me, it wasn't even Ape. It was Hoven's ace for the taking there, but unfortunately it was not granted. But regardless of that, I mean, what 180 turn just in the middle of that round.
What in the great googly moogly was that? Sleep deprived as I am, I did not expect that to play out the way it did.
I don't think any of us really expected the outcome of it all. Just how that initial burst of momentum was just absolutely clinical from Champion, being able to take so many positions so very quickly. I mean, even the 612 even popped up on the kill feed, and they managed to just hold it. Just absolutely no hesitation initially whatsoever.
Get a kill is just not on. I'm sorry. Not okay.
That right there is a violation.
Okay. Yeah, basically.
Hey, look, at least for the most of it, the Champion squad wasn't really allowed to run away with it absolutely scot-free, so at least we can find comfort in that.
The big problem with the Champion approach is it was a 3-pronged attack. So they went in through Attic, they sent, was it Solonic, was it Farlord? Whoever was the armorer in through Kid's window, and then 2 in through the Dorm's double window. So there was really zero backup as soon as those initial gunfights started. It didn't matter because they won them all, but then Hoven found the angles with a shotgun. So, well, Crit J has killed R8.
Not the kind of result that you want to find, especially in the early stages, as Ape definitely was looking to get a little bit more proactive, a little bit more sort of in the face of his own opponents, but given no coverage, no backup, no win for either, and now no life, well, we're putting GG in a little bit of an initial. But I mean, they already managed to still can deal with with their opponents, even at a player disadvantage. So wouldn't put it past that this round could be Champion as well.
Indeed. Safety is never guaranteed. Told you, a lot of trouble. And
hey, no.
I'm gonna take a walk. I'm gonna go ahead, run the block. I'll come back, and if the gameplay is changed from there, we'll be good to go. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going for a walk. May have been intentional given the health, you know, because the reset would have given Tolji more. So I will graciously put it down to a calculated move by Gaming Gladiators rather than a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
I'll give
all
them
part
the
of the plan.
benefit of the doubt.
Surely. We're looking at the lineup right now. All the defense is actually quite intricate here. I told you though that this means the moment the initial laundry position will be forfeited, full control of Champion, his position will be a very, very tightly sort of made space. Swing comes around. The effect is a little bit more spookier at the moment comparative to the G8, just purely for the amount of just round that it can output comparative to the said G8. But Hoven and the rest of the team is very much all just relaxed right now because they're the ones controlling the pacing. They're the ones controlling the push, playing in tandem with those gas grenades. This is all working out perfectly here.
So despite a great start, it's all been undone because Gaming Gladiators have experience at a tier 1 level. And there you go. Labyrinth is dead. Power It will get one. Farlord will get run. The swing on it. And never mind. I was going to say that experience comes out king. And unfortunately, they all just funnel in, buy those opportunities, and get mowed down by the M762.
Yeah. Not the kind of situation that I think Game Gladiators were expecting once they were setting up the round number 2. The 762 does in fact go burr, and well, does net Champion this very victory. Now, here's what I'm kind of curious about this very Panda. a very well sort of defended first round, where a good sort of introduction of the C4 basically changed the general sort of outcome of the whole round. The verticality was basically king, right?
Yeah.
Then we have a side so far basically denies any sort of probability at verticality and basically locks in majority of the defenders into the place, and this is where Champion do end up winning. For Gaming Gladiators, for them to win, does this mean that they have to basically have at least presence on the ground floor on top of their actual site to be able to play the vertical, to be able to play that mobility, to be able to keep on scoring? Or is there their own hiccup that they just got lined up for the M762?
Yeah, and I think it was just they weren't quite aware that it was a bit of a one-way smoke that favoured Champion and presented the opportunity, and Champion did not miss.
Certainly. Who would be the very result of all, so we'll have to wait and see if that was actually, you know, just unfortunately a missed opportunity, a misplay, maybe in terms of the smoke. Hoven this time, though, he is playing a much more confident, I guess, is the only way to really call this position. There may be a bit of a knock very, very soon if Ape won't really dip out. Instead, Hoven with a C4 perfectly lines up. That's the revenge.
Well, right at the end of the world on this site, of course, there are ways to work around it. You don't need a buck to be able to attack basement. However, trying to bait shots
an extra
out.
gun would be good.
Oh yeah, the C8 is always good in the pitch, but it's not like you just lost your thermite and he was your only hard break. So you've still got options.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you still have a plethora of options, albeit some play for the overmatch that Champion did thoroughly enjoy doing previously. So going into this very matchup, or rather this very round, Ape could actually have a great opportunity to play very up close and personal against his opponent, and decides to just go through just an absolute, well, I guess you could call it Hail Mary, with just him running through his own flames. Does get himself tagged a little bit more, but the funny thing is that it's the call that actually deters him from holding that position, given that the element of surprise completely been thrown out into the bin.
Ape, there's a cheeky little pixel angle there, and she was cleared out, but it doesn't matter. Zaddy is going to be leaning, following up. Claymore as well, cleared out, and Ape who's back for the moment. They are taking this. 45 seconds left. The action has to come. If Champion want to hope for a retrieve to even get onto the site to get that diffuser started, Labyrinth is there. They got themselves primed at the big tower stairs to make the play. Utility dump there towards Boiler. They are slowly getting themselves up the E-box hatch. Drop. That's a lot, but he's dropped in quick succession. 2 versus 3. Bearing 9 comes out for Labyrinth. Power in trouble. Labyrinth alone. Cleans up Tolgy, Joe, and Hoven. This is doable. Finishes it off one, but Hoven just the spray through. Cleans his clock. Look at it. It's absolutely brutal.
Brutal and absolutely just nuts. Nuts play. Certainly does sort of answer the question for the one that I sort of asked at the beginning of that. Whether it was just, you know, more so just the fact that GG do prefer to play vertical. No, it was just, you know, one of those hiccups during the round. Held their position almost perfectly well there in the bunker and didn't really need, say, a whole lot of expansion. Yes, they did play in the early stages, but really, in reality, it was still all very well held, just mainly on the site. So round 4 now moves us back into the top floor, where we did get to see phenomenal play from Hoven, where he managed to absolutely farm up some huge plays and good timings as well on them. Whereas on the side of Champion, this time a much more dialed down lineup. Although Hibana plus Maverick does indicate that they are looking to try to play for both of the positions. You look at where Ape is. And Ape could mean a whole lot of mean business. Introducing even them Frostmat into the walk-in closet could mean a very nasty surprise when once one of the players decides to push in.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. We've seen a couple of times there with that little tucked in frost mat. Team's just not anticipating it because who the heck would stick a frost mat there? You must be crazy. And then all of a sudden someone's on the ground and not for a good reason.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
So I rate it. As we often say, it is quite often the dumb placements when it comes to utility that work the best.
Exactly. Similar sort of situation, even with the Kapkan traps as well. The more outrageous some of the positionings are, the better they will work. Curious now being how will the drones, or whether the drones even be able to spot the Frostmat here. So far with the onslaught coming around towards both sides of the building, it seems like GG even bothered to try to expand towards the ground floor, but it doesn't look like it's going to be for long, as starting to rotate some of the utility plus the position over at the vertical play could be big. There's the nasty surprise. It's Labyrinth that falls to it and will be now very low in HP.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
So Labyrinth knows full well that it is in a dangerous spot. If they get a nitro cell here, it isn't going to have to connect too solidly either. So Farlord,
Impact will be
Farlord, yeah, okay. I was going to say Farlord in through the opening up there from Power with the Maverick in hand. Might be forced off the angle because they know where he is. Oven could be in trouble. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go for the nitro cell through the door. Holding with the shotgun. Okay, yeah, no. He's going to hold that door with the shotgun. Anyone pushing through is dead.
Yeah, basically. Unless a magical swing comes around, that will be rather deadly. Venture C4 is out. No, it does not connect though. Shotgun is out, ready to swing though. Oh, flicks. Absolutely breaks the ankles and probably his own wrists as well amidst all of that. I mean, that is a good hold by Hoven.
The pump it away with the shotgun. He's not done just yet. 7-1 right now. And look at that Super Zaddy as well coming in. Crossfire's there. They've got support spades. This is deadly. Hoven for second, third.
No way.
That fourth, another quad kill.
Oh, again denied though. An ace. This time from behind. Ape again.
On the same side.
I mean, look, okay.
But this time on this side.
Okay, this is respectable. You know, getting a hipfire kill, this is respectable. I can understand, you know, the need, you know, just to get a little bit of a show off. For Gaming Gladiators, though, they are actually holding on to this position pretty well. They seem to have got a little bit more reinvigorated, a little bit of a break. Certainly seems to be just doing just the right job here for themselves, or maybe it's more like that. We are back to a little bit more simplistic map that is Oregon. Well, you don't really need a lot of innovation. Majority of the strats have been already found out for most of it, minus a few changes, tweaks here and there per each one of the roster. And this sort of somewhat simplifies the general sort of swing or general momentum. We do get a nice show off as well of the castle lead barricade. Very fashionable. The elite is out well with a really cool looking animation MVP.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, let's see if Joe really is said MVP.
I mean, with the 3-2 scoreline against the Hovens 10-1, quite a lot of things to contest.
They're quite loud, aren't they?
Hey?
I mean, you look at Castle's OG barricades, and it's like, yeah, look, it's a matte color. It's all the same. It's sort of just not overly overt. And then you look at the elite ones, and it's like, well, I'm here.
Just punch me, please. Yeah.
Hit me harder. I want it.
Oh my. Speaking about hitting harder, it seems like Farlord is looking to go in for the swing. He does in fact hit hard. Hoven, his KD has beyond all recognition now with a 2-10, sort of, well, 2 deaths to 10 kills. Super Zaddy though, he's clinical, he's good. He's getting his own sort of redemption arc here, certainly. Looking to contest yet another angle. This time he has the scope as well, and the Roni itself. If you're able to keep up the general sort of recoil, it is a beam from a few deviations from the general recoil pattern. And Up is playing up in the big tower. with the way how much of a slow but very steady laser beam the Frost SMG is, I wouldn't put it past that this is going to become the next sniper rifle almost.
Barrett, though, having taken as much damage as he has, might commit to a full push. Everyone's getting some key info. Deep, Super Zaddy, power finished off finally. Player deficit, yeah. They can look to abuse it. Yeah, they... Distraction game. He's on the hunt, though. He's not... He's... Oh, okay. Alright! That's not on!
Absolutely destroys Solotic
of course.
in every possibility. Okay, look, that one was a little bit uncalled for. I gotta say.
I'm sorry, he did.
Labyrinth as well mops up the floor with Toji, so it's all down to Ape to actually do the work. But we've seen how much work can said Frost SMG do, but I say this Labyrinth does not miss on those. When he's being gifted this sort of angle, you best believe he will be the one to utilize it to full.
Oh dear. 32, possibly for 42 on the horizon. Gaming Gladiators, yeah, like you said, still not the crisp Gaming Gladiators that we've seen previously.
Defenders, protect
Look,
your bombs from being defeated.
For Gaming Gladiators, I still think that they are still looking to be, you know, the big powerhouse team now that they're looking a whole lot more recuperated. I mean, you compare the GG, say, even yesterday, they looked absolutely sort of stumped. But now that we got a really good gauge as to where Fury as well stand, it's sort of understandable that, you know, GG felt a little bit, you know, daunted by this whole, you know, process, this whole play. So, I mean, against Champion, look, yeah, a couple rounds let slip, fair enough. Also, though, big kudos to Labyrinth and the rest of the team for pushing the way how they did. But for GG, I doubt that this is all over. Now setting up the downstairs side that, after the second attempt, didn't manage to actually work out. We're looking at potentially a 4-2 scoreline from Gaming Gladiators, which after that I'm very much curious how will they be able to handle their attack, because so far a lot of teams were able to show us that well, attack is very much to be desired of really here.
Obviously, you want the better half, but Champion have still been hitting shots, and I mean they were hitting shots last season. There's a reason they almost made it into the playoffs. They are one of the teams outside of APAC South that we have been expecting big things from, and they have not failed to produce. But right now, it's about overcoming this Gaming Gladiators squad. That's the big hurdle.
Yeah, the Gaming Gladiators squad right now would be a rather dangerous entity. Once again, the very similar sort of entry here is being made. Hoven, though, far more cautious and understanding about the whereabouts, and this time well knowing that there is also, or rather there has been a drone overlooking him. Toji thankfully is on a backup, so able to really shut down any sort of progression from the double window. So it's a little bit more centralized. It's very pushed on the second floor. Now they know that it's all about the trophy push. Unfortunately enough, Super Zaddy does fall, but the damage has been dealt. The time has been drained, half a round gone completely. Time wasted with no off return. For Champion, in a 4v4 though, they should still be able to make just about enough of a progress. Funnily enough, we are still seeing the last moment reinforcements as a part of the backup plan.
Yeah. Oh dear. Round the corner, Crit J in a shotgun situation. Oven. Does he get the quick draw? No, he doesn't. Crit J with his flying headshot round the corner. That's big. That could be the opening they need to equalize the half.
Yeah, huge opening right now. Will be a little bit struggling to find the sort of the right pattern, or rather even just the contestant points. Few rotations off for those ballistic shields come around as now the rest of the team is forced to default back to the side, default back to those very sort of key hold down positions. As right now, one of the players has been called. Hey, what a phenomenal swing as well coming around for him to flex the MX4 Storm. So is Joe is able to get yet another second frag, by the way, with the smoke grenade.
Not done just yet. Defuse in a horrendous spot from the looks of things. And Tolji, waiting in the wings, says, go on, drop my hatch. It's not going to end well for you. 4-2. Going away of the Gaming Gladiators on the map, which, I mean, again, very even. That's exactly what you're looking for.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a great turnout for Gaming Gladiators. I gotta say, the way they held onto their defense, especially after they fixed up a few of their hiccups, 4-2 scoreline is a great indicator for them here. But now for Champion, they're the ones to go into the defense. They're the ones to possibly start getting their own momentum. And for GG, this is now going to be the sort of side to test them. How will they be able to perform? How will they be able to hold on to their point advantage here? Because this is the one thing that they will need to make sure that they keep in check. I think to what Gaming Gladiators did at the beginning of their own defensive half, Champion do decide to go in straight away for the turtle site. That is the laundry and supply.
Well, I mean, look, it is the go-to start for a lot of teams. Understandable that they'd opt into it. You want security, you want to bring it back within one, but Arpe currently hovering
10 seconds left.
the armor is going to stick it out, so they're going to go aggressive.
5 seconds.
Probably up T3, try and get some ground early, clear things out. Told you as well with the Lion.
Bomb and defuse it.
A couple of late switches.
Yeah, just a few picks here and there. Still surprised that Ape did decide to stick through to the Amaru pick and about to actually full send, which I believe there is actually a person present at the tower. That is in fact the Jaeger. Does spot the drone. In comes the push though, forced from the top floor position and now hunted. Interestingly enough though, no attempt or not even is a pinch of interest from Test against the Amaru. Full G8 even after all the recall nerfs is an absolute just damage powerhouse of a weapon.
Trying to bait him into over swinging with the drone. Arpe trying to cover the drop down with shots, but that surely is giving the position away. Yeah, the cam being shut out as well. They will know that Arpe is down here. He's going to hit across, maybe even for a laundry push.
Laundry push wouldn't be too shabby of an idea, although this is where he would be able to even make use of his secondary heart breach shots as well. Get the hatch open in the lobby, get the hatch open in the meeting room. This is where you get the good sort of opportunity to open yet another avenue for the push. Luckily enough, already half a round expired and not a single fatality.
Hatch is being opened up. E1D. Crit J in a bit of trouble. The full white screen, but Zaddy isn't going to be able to capitalize. The nade popped and finished off. So Crit J gone. He's been a real threat the last couple of rounds here. They've got the Every Edwards freezer. Now you can see it. Champion gearing up for the bunker hold.
So far, big aggression coming around the freezers area. We're looking at a very concentrated push here. Not a lot of presence yet to be found around the laundry position, as Ape is looking to try to spearhead the push. No, instead full-blown rotation, as the illusion is still there of the push towards the freezer. Now rotating over to the southern side, to where it's the moment of truth for Gaming Gladiators.
Indeed it is. Barrett, another drone. There's 3 remaining. PCSG from Labyrinth. And oh, what a flash power. In a wee bit of trouble as they get aggressive. Arpe, Farlord down. Zaddy in trouble. Arpe in trouble. 2 vs 2. Exolonic makes it a 1 vs 2. 10 seconds. Tolji has the gun to do it. Needs to go. And he's been swung on. And it was Cowboy time too.
Nicely done by Champion as well, keeping themselves afloat really cleanly. Only 1 round differential does separate themselves and GG from a drawn-out scoreline, which could be quite the spectacle for us to watch. Going into the Kids Dormers main hall as well. This is the site which could see quite a fair bit of congestion, I reckon, because with now the newfound sort of favorite of Amaru from Ape, a few opportunities for a quick entry, whether it's from the outside or through the inside, could provide a lot of great opportunity for that sort of just off. I guess you could call it the off-brand sort of play. In the reality of it all, there's a number of times that we see, just even internationally, that the arrow hook to be used to just win. Obviously, not something that is invitational worth of a play, but regardless of that, it is a great icebreaker.
Yeah, it definitely throws teams off their stride in the early phase of the round. Frostmat goes out, this time Champion imitating that Gaming Gladiators setup. Where the push comes from though, Ape, I'm expecting, no, it might just be a straight gear up, just walk-in wardrobe push.
Be interesting. Crossbow Firelord does hold his position rather sturdily, but decides to actually fall back for the better of it, at least for the time being. Joe possibly looking to try to reinforce Dante's position, not to disallow any form of a nasty surprise in terms of a C4 from down below, provide a little bit more clarity, I guess, to the push. But that would mean that it will be a very sort of one-dimensional push to come around from Gaming Gladiators. I say that though straight away. There's also some presence to possibly be around the white stairs. I say that though, it may have been the blue outline rather than the red one that I've seen. And instead it's a pressure towards the attic as well, amidst it all.
World trophy. That needs to be where the break comes. No walk-in done, but those holes not very forgiving for this Gaming Gladiators roster. Slowing it down. I don't know if this works all that well for the Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, Joe punished just a little bit, trying to dump utility in. They need to be careful. The nade popped in towards attic. Is it going to clear out anything? It's just they are so forestalled.
Stalled indeed. Can't find the right sort of opener. Can find the right entry frag as well. I say that though, Ape does find the very needed thing followed out of the equation. Melodic to replace though, and find the frag onto Ape, but that is an angle and a half to watch for Joe.
Labyrinth off the board. That's his smoke as well. That's not ideal. 50 remaining. Two players, White, Tolji on for the Platinum from Bloated and Hogan. Big shots on Prince J. Swings for more power at the turn. Zolotic in trouble. It's the Cowboy time. And Hogan, of course, he gets that in the face of a Frostmat as well.
Just casually does it. Just makes it work no matter what. Pushes us to the 3-5 scoreline. 2 more rounds. We do get to see Gaming Gladiators possibly find themselves that 7th point, which means 3-pointer overall on the leaderboard pushes them out from, well, the far ends of the bottom of the leaderboard to put into the contention, into the tiebreaker final enough with the champion as well over the round differential. And I believe if Gaming Gladiators do end up winning this out, well, that very tiebreaker round differential would not be really mattering a whole lot for champion at this point. Or rather, 5th place would be the drop down for them, but not over yet. I definitely think the champions still have the fuel to keep on running. Contrary to your sleep-deprived head, but
contrary to everyone's prediction.
Much to everyone's predictions as well. Yeah.
Well,
all of us predict champion.
No, we all predicted Gaming Gladiators. Champion may have more in the tank, but I think 3 is plenty for them at this stage, where Gaming Gladiators are concerned.
Very much so, yeah. I have to agree with you here, Pat. Gaming Gladiators, it's already quite a spook that champion are able to fight back as almost effortlessly on some of those rounds as it is. But it sort of shows that they have been sort of developing in their own way, in a quite a consistent way, actually. And you look sort of this confident in terms of just that initial swing, ready to pre-fire, ready to go for that target switch from the drone onto one of the players. Definitely shows that, well, a few prep plays are certainly there, although ferocity that gets to them, I think, from Gaming Gladiators, the way how quite a few of the positions have been held and completely nullified has been a very formidable thing to really keep an eye out for.
Even gets a big info with Super Zaddy covering the cross. Gonna make it that much harder to contest in towards Trophy. Arpe as well. Yeah, back towards Big Tower, providing some key info. Mexicanis, as they're starting to burn them, that's exactly what Gaming Gladiators are trying to do right now. Trying to just bait Champion into wasting their defensive utility early on.
Speaking of that, Labyrinth already started using his smoke grenades already, so that's 2 now remaining for him. Not a whole lot of time could be wasted in it all, but Rape as a buck from down below could do so much damage, but instead he's actually looking more so for the clear out of the roaming operators, trying to completely nullify any efforts from Champion to even try to go for that retake. Hoven does fall amidst it all.
Lord connects for 2. Shuts down this attic push, but he's in a bit of trouble. Having the wall behind him open up, and Joe is the one hunting for that angle. Lost Hoven. Lost RP! They've just lost Joe as well. Lord. What can he not do in the situation? Super Zaddy looking for the call, wants to get in through the window. Trying contested, told you as well. Also in a bad spot. Little was staring down the barrel of a likely 4 to 5. Lord, it's a quad. Is he on for the ace? No, he's not. Again, but it's a flawless round nonetheless.
Oh, Champion do manage to get themselves once again into that 1 point away contention from the draw. Even before allowing Gaming Gladiators to get towards the match point, which is already once again, it is a great boon so far for themselves to keep them in the running, keep them in that contention for those 3 points. And I mean, taking out 3 points away from Gaming Gladiators would be quite one heck of a way to really just turn things around, to shake up the leaderboard, or at the very least the middle portion of the leaderboard, because for themselves they're currently sitting on the 6-pointer. A win over GG would separate the top 4 and the bottom 4 teams in a very substantial way, where from here on out the lowest rated lowest rated top 4 team would be Elevate, sitting on 7 points after tonight's matchup.
What a turn!
And the closest bottom 4 to that top 4 would be
5 seconds to go.
Gaming Gladiators, that are currently in a tiebreaker between themselves and Varianx with 3 points each.
Out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Scary prospect.
Yeah, look, not the ideal situation. Gaming Gladiators can move on to map point still. Maybe just being a little bit dramatic, but they're giving us their content nonetheless.
Much so. Well, with once again seeing Gaming Gladiators attempt to approach the downstairs side. This was the position, this was the side that, unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, very much fortunately though for Champion, worked out only for the defense. Despite the best efforts, despite the best positions, Followed looking to try to replicate the success of the Goyo of what was Ape, I believe, but this, well, they have to deal with the Monty, and given that there's only Solodic and Powerade to really deal with the Monty, and only one of them can actually, you know, dish out the damage, this is fine. This is very much workable. Hoven is actually able to still back away without even taking a single tick of the damage from the smoke grenade, which is a good start. And this is a perfect, actually, pick from GG to start baiting out all that utility. Cool to see that even one of the Echo drones has been already used up, or, well, jabbed for the brief moment. Another smoke grenade does come around this time. Again, not a single tick.
That's big utility already committed to try and deny Hoven right now. You've got one Toxic Canister left and a minute 25 on the clock, which does put that extra onus over towards Power on the Echo, who will be likely the one who will have the opportunity to deal with Monty the best right now. Crit J up above as well, lurking, rotating through on the roam towards that kitchen position, coming in for pitch. This could be huge because they'll be getting the angle he's looking for. Leverett, no! Shots on! 2! And would you look at that? That's stiff control as well. Hoven and Arpe, 2 remaining. We're about to have a tie game. Crit J, is he paying attention? Shield comes in. Shield drop. Shield extended. Shield drop. Shield extended. No. Drop down pistol shots. Connect.
Oh!
He hits the dirt. And
surely. Oh, my man. Just reload the pistol, please.
No. Over. You drop. I'm sorry, bud. Oh, Arpe though.
Force champ.
Never mind.
Force champ.
Never mind. The 1v1. The 1v1 does he
No.
go? He does now. Pistol out. Shotgun out. Shield drop. Shield picked up. Shield drop. Oh, look at that. Zolotic in trouble. Punches the bulletproof. He's got 10 seconds. Smoke fate here. He's dropped the shield. He's dropped the shield. No. No. Why? Why did he drop the shield?
I'm speechless. I'm speechless here, Panda.
Game are about to be winless. Point.
One could even say almost maidenless as well.
He had the opportunity to go for a plant, but he drops the shield entirely.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Oh well.
as they can.
It's not completely the end of the world, but this does even out the scoreline. Champion now in a much more real contention for those 3 points themselves. What possibly could end up being an absolute heist of a game as well, given just how well things were going for Gaming Gladiators in the first half. Continuing, matter of fact, this whole, trend of first half, yeah, it's probably going to go very well for the defending team, but once they go into the attack, yeah, good luck with doing anything about that.
5 seconds to insertion.
Which ultimately feels...
Attackers must locate and defuse.
I want to say confusing, but it seems like it's such a sort of almost a universal rule that has been going on through the whole of OPL. But is it the lack of preparation for the attack, or is it just the general sort of discomfort of having to push yourself?
I genuinely could not tell you anymore. Whatever the case may be, it is costing some of our best teams some big rounds and big opportunities. Super Zaddy on Twitch, I mean, is that going to be enough to try and stop? You can see Champion are anticipating this. They've got the setup there. It's just, I'm so baffled. I'm so lost. I'm so tired.
It is a very interesting timeline for ourselves, Panda. 4:23 a.m. after daylight savings kicked in. To watch Champion and Gaming Gladiators sitting on 5 points apiece as well. Something that, I'll be honest, I was kind of thinking that we could see a bit more of a confident, gameplay from GG, but alas, well, Champion had completely different plans for that very case. Leverett spotted now with a twist drop as the first set of the smoke grenades starting to come around with followed on the backup. Surely this time on the tertiary side, this is where Gaming Gladiators solidify their own match point to at least ensure themselves 1 pointer.
See, that would be a smart assumption. The fact that Leverett's still alive is baffling. Right now, as another Toxic Canister goes out. The fact that he is still alive, and he's just cleared out another air jab. The fact that there wasn't a player watching that angle. Told you will kick things off though with a Colonic Fire Lord. Trade it back as Arpe falls. No sledge. No sledge. The stun's deep into the site, but the Toxic Canisters are enough to deter the push. Big damage on the Gaming Gladiators here, Cthulhu. They're in bad spots. Crit J will finally go down. So at least they do get that player advantage. They can look to play off of the numbers. Over there helps make it worse. Zolotic. I told you. 3 versus 2 hitting the final 40.
Told you though, as it was already tagged up amidst the tussle between himself and Crit J, so this is still a relatively workable power rate. Not having any Echo Drones, the position has been compromised as well. It's all down to Zolotic to try to hold, but when Hoven swings like that, what can you do, Panda? What is there to be done for this sort of fragging? Because this is the match point now for GG.
That's exactly it. One more, and the night can come to a close. But, well, Gaming Gladiators. If it goes the other way we got a couple more rounds. It is what it is. You just move on and pretend like everything is going to plan. But right now, Gaming Gladiators, they want to get the full 3 points.
Very much so. 3-pointer would be the ideal scenario here for Gaming Gladiators. Put themselves a whole lot closer to that contention for that 4th place. Or even just to keep themselves in a running. If they're able to make it so, they're able to make it work, I believe the round differential would still be just, I believe, by 1 point. Something similar across the lines, but once Champion do end up slipping up yet again, this is where Gaming Gladiators would have the perfect window of opportunity to take the lead, to reach the top 4 position for themselves. But as it stands already, I mean, within the first 4 playdays, already quite a number of statements has been made, and, well, namely, that Fury Direwolves lead. I mean, 12 and 11 points for themselves. Closest is elevated with a 7-pointer. So both Direwolves and Fury managed to ensure themselves a good insurance that even if they lose, they still keep the top 2.
Go on. I'm excited to see what the future holds for these teams, but right now, that's it. Sorry, this is the future. This round to determine whether there is more future on Oregon or we're done. Super Zaddy pops the barricade. They're in. They have master bedroom control. Cheeky Claymore plate. EMP's coming out as well, ready to go. Told you, just a little bit overwhelmed. Too much stimulation.
Too much stimulation indeed it is for Farlord as well. Hoven gets the better of him. 4 frags until Gaming Gladiators do find themselves in the winning, in the 3-pointer range, which will be a great upset. Labyrinth, though, still trying to hold on to his position. Still got some smoke. The frag grenade will be downing him. No more to deny the push. Shaker is now in full control of Gaming Gladiators. Super Zaddy makes sure of that. Zolotic, Powerade, and Crit J, the last 3 players, the last bastion of Champion to stand onto Powerade and Crit J. All that is left is Zolotic falls. Now it comes in the clean. Ape is the one to find the frag. It is not going to be a flawless, but at the end, all overwhelmed. It is all G, and it's a full 3-pointer for them.
And Gladiators hold it off in the final regulation round. They will take the victory and keep themselves in that conversation for playoffs. That could have gotten very dicey there, Cthulhu. I mean, it's what, the second time tonight that it could have gone into overtime, but it's not to be. Because of it, Gaming Gladiators will walk away, like you said, with the full 3 points, the whole hog at the end of the day. And that will keep them just in that top 4. And it is, it's looking all APAC up there.
Very much so. Very much so. Gaming Gladiators do manage to return back to their form, and yes, after the quick recheck of the Liquipedia as well, they might just done it, but yeah, results are up on the board. 7-5, full regulation of the rounds, and it's Gaming Gladiators to wrap it all at the end. But I mean, look at how back and forth it was for quite a fair while. Champion doing a pretty solid job, though, still, to keep themselves afloat for this long, to be able to contest this closely. I mean, it definitely takes quite a fair bit of preparation, a fair bit of experience now gained from the previous season of OPL. So certainly it's good to see that the trajectory is still keeps on being upward for Champion.
Yeah, it's exactly it. They put up some big numbers, they put up some big games, they close it out. and it makes them just look that little bit more secure going in. And make sure last chance for the night. Hashtag call your shots. Get yourself some R6 credits and one of those lovely Southeast Asian R6 pins. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait until next week if you want your next chance.
Exactly. More opportunities always here, but yes, do make sure to get yourself in for the very last giveaway of tonight. Panda, I mean, has been so far quite a thoroughly packed night. I mean, we went from 7-4 of Direwolves versus Variant X, Obsession versus a straight win full overtime, Elevate Fury 7-5, Champion GG wins 7. It's been an absolutely roller coaster of emotions, with us being able to tell who is the actual, winner coming into the later ends of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. And you get the full gambit of what's possible in the competition. Yeah. It's been a long one. We didn't expect some of those matches to go as deep as they possibly did. So there is potential for some cheeky last-minute runs, I reckon, in the overall leaderboard going into the last few weeks of play. And I say last few weeks of play. We've still got 10 weeks of play to go. Or 10 play days, rather. Not 10 weeks of play. 10 weeks of play, it's a long damn time.
That would be quite something if that was the case. But yes, 10 more play days, 10 more opportunities for each one of those teams to get scoring. But with each and every play day, with each and every week all wrapped up, done and dusted, the less opportunities or rather less chances to be able to work around some of the hiccups that the teams have. So going into, now looking towards the week 3, this could be a very interesting venture because the bottom of the leaderboard could be, at this point, borderline nearly, all locked in, that they will have a very difficult time to climb themselves back up. Maybe Variant X would still be able to show us a bit of a... But I mean, you look at the 4th, 5th place, 6 points between both Gaming Gladiators and Champion. The only thing that is rating is the 2-round differential.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the top of the leaderboard too, Fury, Direwolves, the difference being an overtime win and a regulation win for the two. So it'll likely come down to a head-to-head face-off between the two teams to decide who, in fact, will be the ultimate leader going into the end of the round robin. I wonder, can Fury keep this momentum up? Because so far, it has been a slog for them.
Oh, yeah. Very much so. Look, quite a fair few teams still yet to fully establish their whole identity, I guess, going into all of this. But, yeah, look, October 1st is going to be our next Playday. Honestly, Panda, I'm quite excited for a number of those games. Namely, I think the GG versus Obsession, and even maybe the Champion versus Elevate, because this could be, the ultimate sort of gauge for where first Elevate stand and where Champion, do they even able to, keep on dishing out the heat to those top-end teams?
Yeah, that's the thing. And once again, you find Champion in a position where, like last season, they just missed out, courtesy of the head-to-head. So right now, they're in that same spot again. They are just outside top 4 because of the head-to-head. So now they need to start putting up some big wins on the board if they want that opportunity to not miss out this time around.
Very much so. Yeah, look, very much keen for all of it. And once grateful that we got to witness some of those games, because look, absolute roller coaster. And look, we even more theme park. That's already, I see it as a plus.
I mean, that's exactly it. And right now, you look at how things are going to play out. But we have come to the end of Playday number 4. So next weekend when we come back, we have more Operations League C's action for you. Thank you to Kingston Fury, our main sponsors here as well. But until next week, we'll see you there.
To the come on, it's the first page. Bout to shake the road out just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me cold. jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the next, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 30 air in my lung, I can even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, they'll turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, clear the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rugged, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of kind person like me. Living in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right big step now. Always pulling down the ramp before the Rambo. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?